sins forgiven, all my debts repaid. For all that I know, it's too late. Like fire in the wind, slips the light through his hands, and now he understands. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Always searching for answers, never sleeping if he could stay awake. His only fortune is the one that he made. Pray for a revelation. Now the search is over, nothing left to chase. Now he's finally found his rightful place. Like fire in the wind, face the light from your eyes, meeting your demise. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance?
Verified the stream's all up. I'll just check now. Okay, yeah, we're live.
Honest.
Yep. Ready?
For all. Here we are. Welcome to the Game Jam stream for the first Game Jam of Python Discord. I'm joined by Paul Craven.
Hello.
Hey. Who, of course, is the creator of the arcade framework that was the technology chosen for this Game Jam. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good morning. I am doing good. Nice to be here.
Yeah, nice to have you. It's very cool to be able to put together an event like this that's based on a framework, and then have the creator come join us for a conversation like this. That's quite something.
Oh, yeah, well, it's my pleasure. I loved having so many people be using the library and hearing their feedback on it as the Game Jam was going on.
Yeah, I've seen you hanging out in the channel. And it looks like a couple of our staff members have taken a shine to the repository as well. Especially Einar seems to have been contributing a lot during the event, huh?
Quite a bit. It's been really valuable. I'm going to be quite interested to see what the library is like in the next release. We've got a lot of new things added to it.
What kind of stuff have you been working on?
Quite a bit in the graphic side of things with more advanced OpenGL code, being able to add lights to and lighting to the game, being able to do like little mini maps. Hopefully we'll be able to allow people to do custom shaders as well. So if they want to get into shader programming, and for physics, the PyMonk library is coming online in making it really easy to integrate PyMonk and full 2D physics with platformer games.
Okay, cool. Are you worried that any of that sort of goes against the... it feels like one of the guiding principles of Arcade is to keep it sort of simple and beginner friendly. But when I hear shaders, I feel a little bit like terrified.
Yeah, that would not be for the intro class, but actually oddly enough, I don't think shaders are necessarily too bad for initial programmers, because you look at there's like a shader toy website which allows you to write shaders. You can do so with just, like 20, 30 lines of code to start experimenting with. And I would love to see the game get to where you could start writing your own simple shaders and have a framework to experiment with that. So We'll see how it works out.
Oh, yeah. And I think I noticed exactly the kind of guy who loves to work on stuff like that. He's involved in half of the game frameworks that I've ever heard of in the Python ecosystem. He's doing the modern GL thing. He's involved with Piglet. He's got all sorts of experience, both as a game developer and framework contributor. So
there's a lot of work and knowledge required to hit that first step where you have things up and running. And I have really been quite thankful because I don't have quite that knowledge, but he does. So it's been a great jump into being able to improve the library.
Yeah. Oh, that's super cool. Before we get started, actually, what we're going to do today is we're going to be playing the 10 finalists, the 10 best projects that the reviewers who went through all of the 23 submissions found were worthy of this stream. In the past, we've done a comprehensive work through every single project that was submitted, but given how the size of this, we were expecting more than 23. First of all, we were expecting like 50 projects, so we didn't think it would be feasible. But also having you on the stream as a judge the whole time, I don't want the stream to have to be 6 hours long. Like some of the previous ones have literally been 6 hours.
That was a long time.
That is a long time. So so my plan is to try to keep this a little bit shorter than that, maybe 2.5, that kind of duration. But I always say that, and it always tends to take a little longer. So we'll see. I'm sure it'll drag out. But before we get started actually looking at the projects, I figured while I have you on the stream, it'd be an opportunity to maybe ask you a couple of questions. I'm sure some of our viewers are interested in a little bit about your background, and if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
So first of all, the obvious one is like, what's your origin story? How'd you get into programming?
Way back with the Apple IIe, my dad ended up getting an Apple IIe long ago, and there's a book, like 101 basic computer programming games and 101 more basic computer programming games, a couple of books I got from the library, and they were just really short games written in AppleSoft Basic. And I love the idea of learning through creating games. That's what got me hooked so long ago into doing it. And yeah, basically then I just kept programming. It ended up actually being a fairly lucrative career, and now I teach at a smaller liberal arts college and do computer science, and I still love teaching people to learn how to program through games.
Yeah, I completely agree that that's like a fundamentally effective way to teach. I myself probably wrote quite a few tiny games as some of the first projects I ever did in programming. I think a lot of people who started at the same time as you had that experience of picking up, like trying to make a game very early on. Because I suppose back then in BASIC and so on, that's sort of what you did, right?
It got harder, though, to do that. I mean, it was easier to create games early on. And then, especially when Java became the intro language, I mean, that was not easy spot to create much of anything in, actually. So yeah, I really wanted to see us be able to get back to, for people that want to learn that way, being able to do so without having a huge amount of overhead and learning before they can create something that they're actually happy with.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I think like there was a period of almost like some dark ages of it being really difficult to start with gaming. And then now we're back into a
Yeah,
golden period where languages like Python and other stuff, even frameworks like Unity or Godot. How do you pronounce that? Godot?
yeah, I always do Godot, but I don't.
I
I
think
don't
maybe
know for
it's
sure.
Godot.
It's Godot, apparently.
Godot.
Yeah.
Godot, okay.
Wow. Wow. Stuff like that will make it fairly approachable today, I think, to pick up and learn how to make a simple game. So maybe you've gotten sort of, and do you feel like you've been part of that change? Then you've been able to see it firsthand, then the world changing back into a state where new beginners can start writing games right off the bat, like it was when you were a kid.
I think it's easier. I worry though about frameworks like JavaScript, which I don't think JavaScript's a great intro language, and Unity. It is way easier to sit and punch buttons and then actually program.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
that's why I really like Python, just because you can still be nothing but coding, but get started rather easily, as opposed to having to learn public static void class. Art.
100%. I agree. I see that point. Yeah, you got to have sort of a relationship to the code, and I do think that Unity especially maybe suffers from, yeah, people spending most of their time in the editor and
And
not
hey,
in
did
the.
your audio like getting rough for anybody else, or is it just me that it suddenly, once we started the stream, got rougher?
Oh,
I think it's just yes.
is it bad? Maybe some people on the stream, if you guys think my audio is bad, then please comment. And we've got Joe on the stream as well, who will relay anything that you guys say in the comments into this conversation so that we can respond to you guys in real time. Well, in 30-second latency, real time anyway. Okay, so you started programming real early. But then how'd you arrive at Python?
I had a student when I taught at the college who introed Python as a language, and I admit I was biased against it. I couldn't really feel like we needed a whole nother new language. And in the course of his presentation, like the light bulb went on. I was like, "Oh wow, this is actually a really nice. It's a really nice intro language. You don't have to teach a class before, and you don't have to teach functions before even basic intro stuff. You can start with a one-line print statement." And yeah, that sort of, I was not into learning another language, and certainly not that I would push other students to learn until his presentation. And then I was like, oh, this is like a return to easy programming to get started with.
Right.
So yeah, that basically got me started. And then I really liked Pygame as a way to get students interested in learning how to do games. So yeah, I wrote a book on it and taught with Pygame for about, I don't know, criminy, maybe 8 or 9 years.
Okay. Okay. So you were the one learning from your students. Does that happen a lot?
Yeah, no, that happens quite a bit.
I think
I
that's,
don't always let up. I
that's
don't
a
always
good
let
thing, right?
on, but
No, but you should embrace that. I think that a lot of the people in the Python Discord community also have come to realize that it's easy to see teaching as this sort of altruistic, like for the good of everyone else type of thing. But ultimately, there are many self-serving reasons to teach. It's really the only way that you can truly master your own knowledge. And yeah, I learn a lot from helping people in the help channels and from helping people on the staff and so on, and in Python Discord as well.
yeah, you make your educational materials online. There's no shortage of people on the internet that will tell you you're not smart and
Yeah.
you're doing it wrong.
And some of them will be right.
Yes, exactly. And I've gone through so many different revisions of materials and coming up with things that are better. And as long as it's, criticism that basically tells me how to do it better, I welcome it, even if it's not always polite.
Yeah,
Because to me, it's an engineering process where you try to make things better every revision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a healthy way to look at it, I think. So you were teaching Pygame for, you said, eight years almost. And what motivated you then to turn around and write Arcade?
Pygame was not being maintained, so I would push like trying to make things better. And then there was a lot of things that were just always continually frustrating. Like if you wanted to create an arc, you ended up with a Moyer pattern, and that was like never fixed. And if you want to rotate an ellipse, nope, you can't rotate an ellipse. You want to set mode. Here, if you want to add something to the end of a list, you use the add keyword instead of the append keyword. There's just a lot of inconsistencies that I had to teach around. And I felt like I had maxed out that class so that the class that I was teaching. And at that point, the only thing that was holding me back was the inconsistencies with Pygame and the weird oddities that I had to teach around. And I was really worried about Pygame at that point in time not being maintained. So then I basically started on Arcade, and it was like, okay, basically if I take Pygame's philosophy and try to really work on the messaging with how I create the API, how the errors are formed, and then I can get that continual feedback of the class and see what stuff is working with them and not, and upgrade the library, then I can teach them more and not have them being held back by the weirdness of some of the things with Pygame, plus with the whole typing, type hints, and other things that are available, and then the newer versions of Python, I wanted to take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that must be convenient to have a class full of QA testers who can help you improve your framework.
It really is. I don't know how people write books and materials without sending individuals through the class on a regular basis
right,
in order to make it better.
No, you kind of have to have some form of community to lean on, like, to make something of quality, I think. And I guess your community is your classes, in a sense.
That helps quite a bit. And then to expand it to the wider internet, I get feedback from people that is much different than I get in the face-to-face class. So they're both really valuable to me.
Yeah. What are some like key differences in how people will give you feedback, whether it's face to face or in the anonymity of the internet?
Well, like early on, I had, the students that I'm teaching don't necessarily know programming yet. So I'll get different feedback from them. They don't understand this thing, or I'll get the same mistake on 10 different assignments. Then I know I've taught it not well, right? And for instance, like just silly things. And I know for doing this lab, I'll need to teach them, and you need to assign a number to a variable. And I don't know why, but all of a sudden, everybody at this point in time in the class forgets how to assign a number to a variable, even though we've been doing it for 5 lessons. So I'll send them back. I don't know why that verbiage, and then I'll just write that right into it. So that's one. And then, I'll get people from the internet. It's like, when I started out, I still did Java's camel case. And they're like, you really need to, follow PEP 8. And I'll get feedback like that, and people pushing me to conform to Python standards better, or they'll point out things that I just didn't know existed. Like, I just recently had somebody point out that PyMonk will actually take an image and trace a hitbox around it, and it has built-in library stuff for that, which I totally didn't know that works really well. And It's like, oh, cool. How have I been using PyMonk for this many years, not knowing that was a feature?
Right.
So
that's cool.
That stuff's awesome.
Yeah. How do you feel that Arcade fits into sort of the ecosystem with these other frameworks then? So like, what does your framework solve uniquely in a way that nobody else does? Or what's difference between, say, Arcade and Pygame or Kivy or one of these others?
Kiwi's hard to get, in my opinion, Kiwi's hard for a newcomer to get started with. There's a
Mhm.
lot of template files, a lot of XML stuff, and you can get something drawn on the screen way faster with Arcade than you can Kiwi. So I would really say for a hobbyist, somebody who just wants to get started and not, push a whole lot of brain power into getting up and running, Arcade fits that niche a lot better.
Mhm.
Um, Compared to Pygame, a lot of people are used to Pygame. It's such an established long tooth player in the ecosystem. It's what most people end up thinking of first.
Right. Yeah.
But particularly with the 1.9 series, in most cases we're way faster. we Arcade is. I think it's easier to learn and has a lot more consistent API than Pygame does. However, it does lean heavily on OpenGL. So if you want to get working on like Raspberry Pi or some really older hardware, Pygame will work on that, but Arcade does not work on really old hardware.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'd really try to push that Arcade is a lot more of a modern, advanced API with still the same Pygame philosophy of a simple API. And I don't know. I really hope that a lot more people start taking a look seriously at Arcade. But everybody has a lot of sunk cost in whatever API that they've already learned.
That's true. Yeah. And you've used these other frameworks extensively, or what? What's your exposure to something like Kiwi, for instance? How much have you actually played around with it?
Kiwi's not a ton. Especially since it had some Android support. Like early on, I tried working with it, and it became really apparent. And at that point in time, it was hard for me to get stuff working on the Android. I've heard from other people that it's a lot easier and a lot more successful now, but I haven't had that experience myself.
Yeah, we had the Kiwi core devs on the previous one of these streams that we did. One of our moderators is one of the core devs for Kiwi, a T-shirt man, Gabriel Petier, and I also think that the mobile support right now is pretty good on Kiwi. If you want to get stuff even on iOS or on Android, it's supposed to be a lot easier than it ever was.
Yeah, so it's been a while since I've messed around with Kiwi, so it's come a long way since then.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like the difference too, like on Piglet. Arcade is really intended to be a smooth entry-level API with a fair bit of power behind it. And I'm not trying to get people to work with XML files for, GUI layout or anything like that. So I would consider Kiwi to be a lot more of the, you're already an established Python person and you want to work with something advanced and get it working on Android. That would definitely not be Arcade's market area.
What about apps that are not games? Is it feasible to write normal desktop apps and that kind of thing on Arcade?
Not until it gets to be more of GUI support, because it's just not there at this point.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. I think maybe we should have a look at some of the games, and we'll come back and do another round of some questions after we take our first break.
Great.
So I'm going to move over to our main screen and bring my co-owner Joe on the screen here as well. Say hi, Joe.
Hello.
How's the chat feeling?
Chat's doing good. Chat's sitting swell. A few questions have come up, but the main one being, what is your current choice of editor or IDE, Paul?
Well, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so my first top choice, quite frankly, is PyCharm, and it's hard for me because I'm not really into heavyweight IDEs, but I love PyCharm, and second choice would be Sublime, third would probably be Vim, so roughly in that order.
Sweet.
Yeah, nice to have Vim to fall back on when you're SSH'd into something and you can't access your fancy IDs.
Yeah, and I can still work pretty darn fast in Vim.
Yeah, that's more than I can say. What about you, Joe? What's your favorite editor right now?
I chop and change. I do the same with all sorts of things, like change browser every month, change editor every month.
Change browser
now
every
I'm on-
month?
Yeah. I'm on Visual Studio Code most of the time, but also NeoVim, and I tried Emacs. I like Emacs, but I couldn't get the key shortcuts. But that's it. I chop and change. Yeah.
And I'm on PyCharm pretty much all the time myself. Although I use Sublime in a pinch. And can we get back to the browser thing? How many browsers even are there? How can you change every month? What are you using now?
I've used Safari, I've used Firefox, I've used Chrome, I've used Opera, I've used Brave. But then it's just kind of like I don't want to buy into the monopoly, you see. So I change every month.
Okay, I see. All right, fair enough. Right, so why don't we have a look at our first project? We're just going to go through the finalists alphabetically. That's what we usually do in these things. So we're going to start with Artemis. I don't know. I think that's a solo team. So Artemis, what we're going to do first is just look at the README. I hope it's easy to see on the stream. Let us know if things are blotchy or like if I should increase some font sizes or stuff. We're not going to be looking at the code for this game jam evaluation. We're just going to look at the README, and then we're going to play the game. And me and Paul will be playing the games at the same time, maybe Joe as well. And then we're just going to sort of talk about what we see and what we think. So Artemis made a game he calls Gem Matcher. There's some installation instructions, so that's nice. And really nothing else. Wait, did that just freeze for me? Yes, it did. Okay. Just a second.
So when we run this at the same time, you want us both sharing our screens so you have two different views? How are we doing this?
No, I think that we will just have it showing on this screen and then...
Okay, that works.
Lemon, can you increase your font size?
Yes, I can, but right now I'm having a memory issue. Just 1 second.
Ooh.
PyCharm is complaining that it does not have enough memory for this.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's one of the... but I have, the 16 gigs of memory here, so I'm not really sure what's happening though.
This is the perfect time to use Vim. This is the case.
Yeah, let's...
Yeah, that... When PyCharm does the out-of-memory thing with me, that's usually a restart PyCharm.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing. Just 1 second and I will have this running again. Must be some sort of a process background thing that's happening. So anyway, we can probably load up the first game. Let's see. I'll get that running now.
There we go.
And we've got some music.
Ooh.
It says it has multiplayer. So I'm gonna click
Music of the
everything.
game. The music of the game, is that coming through for other people, or is it?
It should be, yes.
I don't know if Discord will capture it, but it will be on OBS. Yeah.
Yeah, you
this
would be
game,
able
the
to hear it.
local multiplayer. Yeah.
Yeah, so I imagine it's local. I'm just gonna click all the stuff that isn't play so that I can see. Oh, look at that. This is you, it says. It has like a little tutorial video section here.
I hadn't noticed that earlier.
Yeah, this is pretty sweet.
I wonder how many people did
That's
this.
nicely done.
Not now. Reminds me of VV, that game. That's the same mechanic, right? Or however the...
I wonder how they did the text.
I wonder if this might be a GIF or something? Can you animate GIFs and have them run in your arcade game?
Not as easily as you should.
Okay. This is quite well done, I gotta say. Especially for something like a game jam.
Yeah, that's a huge intro.
Yeah, it's almost a little too long, but... there are 5 types of gem. And it's running a little bit slower than it probably is supposed to. So I guess here's where the theme comes in. We've got red, yellow, and blue as common gems. So match 3 of a kind and they disappear. Okay, I think we're gonna go back to the main menu here. We've got some settings to set the volume.
Oh, nice.
Which is always nice. Did it actually work? It doesn't quite work though. It's either like on or off essentially. Oh wait. Oh, it's just got a really... Yeah, no, it does work. It does work. It's just not linear. Actually, I am gonna turn that down a bit. Achievements? Seriously? Oh, look at that.
That's impressive.
This is a lot of content, especially for a solo team. And an information page. Name dropping Paul Craven. Yeah, sound effects from Kenny. Kenny is a really nice free asset.
Oh, Kenny is awesome.
Yeah, I love Kenny. I recommend him to, or the site, to anyone who looks for free assets. There's a lot of really good stuff there. So I'm not gonna try the multiplayer right now, I think. So let's just play the main game here. And pressing any key on my keyboard makes it switch the gravity like this. So controls are super simple. And I suppose I'm supposed to try to match then 3 of a kind.
Yeah, don't hit the spikes.
Does that mean I should just get 2 more yellows now? I shouldn't be looking... I guess so.
Oh, is that one yellow or white?
It's yellow to me, but
okay.
I have a weird color profile thing. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to get that one. Oh, that's gonna be a... No.
Ah.
It moves a little slowly, so the user experience is a... Does it run better on your end, Paul?
It runs fairly smooth for me, but yeah, there's always a bit of a, just on the gravity, how gravity works, to get it timed right to be able to pick things up.
Yeah, but my thing is that I feel like it moves too slowly. Like it should scroll a little faster because...
Faster?
Spending a lot of time sort of just waiting for...
Yeah,
something.
no, mine's similar in that manner.
It would be cool also to see it maybe speed up or something, so that it gets progressively harder.
Well, it does tend to get more interesting as the game goes on.
It does? Okay. I guess maybe I need to match 3 of these things before. Maybe I shouldn't be avoiding all the other stuff. I didn't catch what the white gems did.
They're wild cards, so grab them.
Oh, okay. I'll grab them then. Because right now I'm kind of just like waiting for a yellow one, and
I've just like grabbed everything and.
How does that work out?
Seemed to work, but.
Okay, I grabbed the red thing, so let's see how this works. Oh. God, cocky. Okay. Well, it plays okay.
It does run faster locally, yeah.
Yeah? It probably would help if I wasn't streaming and running like 15 softwares here at the same time. So I'm a little curious what the multiplayer thing is. So I'm just gonna click that and see if I 2-player.
Multiplayer's still a little broken.
Right. That's okay, but oh, okay. So space affects one of them. Oh wow, they're like.
Oh, cute.
Look, when I reverse gravity, he
yes.
like tries to lift the
Yes.
other dude.
Okay, that's awesome.
He's sort of struggling. I love this. That's funny. Now they can just float. Teamwork. No, that's cool. That's cool. I think that's gonna do it for now. But I'm pretty impressed by this. What do you think, Paul?
I am too, particularly all the extra items that have gone around it, the instructions, the achievements, the multiplayer. There's a lot there.
Yeah, there's a lot of content, yeah. And it feels like a really complete product in that sense.
Yes.
There's so much content, and especially for a solo team, I'm pretty impressed by how much there is here.
Yeah, if the main gameplay perhaps was like a little accelerated or something, then
Yeah.
I think it'd be dialed in just about perfect.
Yeah, I could see more work. Maybe it's possible that instead of writing all the additional features, it should have been working a little bit more on the core gameplay, being because it's not the most fun game I've ever played, but the concept is interesting and it could have worked. I just think it needs more polish. Maybe gotta feel a little bit more visceral, a little bit more fast paced.
Yeah, I wonder if we played longer, if our opinions would change on that or not. I'm not quite sure.
Right, it might. If the difficulty ramps up, then I could see that really going somewhere nice. Right now, it was almost like a little boring because it was too easy to avoid all of the obstacles as long as I didn't make any risky gravity changes like the one that I did.
Yeah, if you added like lives to it or something and sped it up and ramped up the difficulty a little bit quicker.
Maybe some
I don't know,
modifiers.
There's, yeah, that would be cool too. There's probably not that much. I mean, with another few days worth of programming time, I think that could really be put into
Yeah, I
something
think so too.
pretty darn impressive.
I don't think it would take a lot to sort of up the fun factor a little bit on it there.
No, I don't either.
No, so yeah, I think that's excellent. That's a really good place to start this.
Yeah. Artemis has said a couple of things in chat. One of which is to check achievements. But yeah, we've looked through the achievements. That was a pretty cool thing. Even if we don't show it on stream, that was a pretty cool feature. And also, it works better on a smaller screen.
Okay.
And that a further improvement could be using delta time, I think, which would allow for performance increases.
Yeah, that might be
One
a
of
thing.
the things that I kind of saw on a lot of the games that I'm going to need to address in the library itself is that a lot of people didn't use spatial hashing to speed up the collision checking, and that drastically increases I don't know if that's the case in this particular one, but I wonder if better default settings with that would allow people to have higher performing games without a lot of extra effort.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that coming up a lot in the review process, that there were some games where if you... is that where if you touch the side of something, then it completely slows down the frame rate and so on because that was a thing that I've seen in a bunch of these.
Yeah, basically the spatial hashing will give you more of an order 1 rather than order n checking of collisions. But you don't want to turn on spatial hashing for anything that moves, because that slows down the movement, because it has to rehash where the items are. So you do have to kind of intelligently think about that. And as I've seen more and more people not look at that aspect of the game and it hurting the game performance, I think there should probably be some auto detect on the back end if you don't specifically select it to try to best guess. So if you've got 1,000 stationary sprites, you really should have spatial hashing turned on.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. All right. Nice work, Artemis.
Yes, agreed. That is some really nice work. All right, so so are we flipping and I'm doing the next one?
Yeah, let's look at. I don't know how to pronounce his name. ATP.
Okay, and am I talking and you're running it, or am I going to run it?
I'll run it, but you should be running it locally as well. I'll try to open up.
Okay, so this is the coin collector one.
That is the coin collector one. I need to use a different app.
And on the README, it says that the coin collector is a game that he created, basically for the game jam, and it is a platformer game. So we've got the Python 3.6, and we need to run the coin_collector.py. We use W, A, and D to control directions. And key right, go right, escape, exit the game. Delete restarts the game.
Delete restarts. That's an interesting key binding.
Just a little thing, just a warning from chat that there's volume things. There's loud audio at the end of the game because I don't think AT could control the volume on parts of the game. So just a warning.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try to deal with that. Let's see. So, just to have it somewhere, here's at least. I'm just gonna.
Yes, mine's full screen here.
I will up the text size a little bit for you guys. It's not really going to show.
Yes, the audio is very loud.
Oh, I could have also just done this in GitHub. That's what I'm going to do. Have a browser on GitHub instead. Yeah. So, okay, we've got some instructions on how to install it and how to control it and what it is, sort of. It's a platformer. So maybe you can run that. Paul, wait, what's happening with the cameras there? Paul
has left the call.
Paul left the call. Okay.
I think his Discord might have crashed.
Okay. We'll get Paul back in just a second.
Hello.
Hey, I quit Discord instead of the game. Not useful.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So we've got you back there. If you do want to share your screen, that is possible, Paul, but it'll be this little window down in the bottom left then. And I actually think that would work pretty well.
Yeah, I'm going to do that, and hopefully I won't quit out of Discord again, because at full screens, it's a little bit harder for me to control what the heck it is.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's give that a try. And...
Okay, so I should be sharing, right?
Yeah, and it is on the stream.
And here we go.
Cool. I'll also be running the game up. So we get to see both of us. Oh, shit. Yeah. So now
the ladders are interestingly done. I'm not quite sure. There's sort of a slow sync.
That was loud, wasn't it? Sorry, guys. I will turn the mixer down.
Yeah, this is kind of blasting my ears.
Yeah, I turned it down to like 9%. So, pretty old school sound effects in this one. Oh, super slow ladder action, yeah. Like sinking into quicksand. I can't exit now that I'm down in ladder land.
The coins respawn after you die. Kind of wonder if they should be
Right.
I like the water effect.
Oh, let me try that. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't... It's the same effect for the water and the ladder, then, I guess.
Wow, I wonder how big this map is.
Yeah, it's surprising that I haven't finished it yet. I felt like it would be very short. But here we've got this weird thing where the frame rate on side collision just slows down to an absolute grind.
Oh, you want to run with the 2.3 library, not the 2.4.
Yeah, so that was fixed in that library then. I don't know. I'm guessing that the requirements here didn't specify a version, but is 2.4 out like as a release, the latest release, or is it like a beta release?
Basically there's the 2.3 version, which is the more stable version. The 2.4 version fixed some glitches with the physics engine where you ended up flying far, far away if you were moving the player when the four items not with the physics engine. At any rate, but then that slowed down side collisions considerably. And that an update has been done to the source code, but not released yet.
Okay.
And it's actually this game that I noticed it on.
I suppose this is the goal. Oh.
I'm not sure how am I supposed to get over here?
Oh, and there's no death zone at the bottom of the world, so you just fall forever if you go left when you spawn.
Oh.
It doesn't seem like... I guess I can press delete to go back to the start in that case. Okay. Well, we finished the level.
Oh, that's how you get down there.
Yeah.
What the heck does lightning do?
I think it just speeds you up, but I'm a little unsure. Maybe if we've got the creator in the chat, he can weigh in on that.
Oh, and you need lightning probably to get past that other part.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a finished flag.
Yeah, that's...
Yay!
We both made it to the end. I think it's a bold choice to put made by Ati at the top there through the entire game. Yeah, I like that these people are making games that are that have a definitive beginning and an end, and it's not just like a proof of concept or whatever, but there's an actual full level to complete. This level's fairly big too.
Yeah, and reasonably well laid out. I like needing to go get the lightning thing to be able to continue on, and adding in the ramps, and the graphics were not just the graphics were done by him, looks like, or her. I don't know in this case.
Yeah. I noticed the camera had some issue following the character. It should really be centered on the character in a game like this as much as possible, I think.
Oh,
that's the expectation.
Yeah, I didn't really notice on that one.
Is that an easy problem to solve in arcade? Having the camera always centered on the character?
Yeah, that's fairly straightforward.
All right.
I don't do examples. The examples I do is a little bit more of a delayed on it. And so if you follow the examples, it'll be more like this.
Right, like having it hard follow and hard centered on the character can probably look a little disoriented, but like when the character's way at the bottom of the screen, it starts to look a little weird.
Right. Then you just need to sort of modify your margin a bit.
Okay. No, but that's a different perspective. I like that. So far, so good.
And I like it when people take it upon themselves to do the graphics as well.
Yeah. I like that too. Even though stuff like Kenny is is a godsend for people who don't want to do that. But I personally, I love to make graphics myself. It's part of the fun.
Yeah, I put a fair bit of respect for anybody that puts that together.
Yeah.
Especially in such a short time frame.
Yeah, exactly.
It's important to keep the graphics simple, or else you'll just spend all your time creating graphics and not actually have a game.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the README for the next project, but I'm gonna do it in the browser this time, so we get the actual Markdown rendered. That is a far better idea. Let's see. And that would be...
Of course, PyCharm can render Markdown.
Yeah, it can, but my PyCharm is acting up, so...
Ah.
I'm having some sort of a memory issue. So...
okay, so this one's Binoculars?
Binoculars, and they have a really cool, like, team logo added here. With, you know, a couple of beans on some glasses or binoculars. Binoculars.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't get that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, super cool. And they have a bean in the text here as well. And then there's another thing here that I'm not sure. Insane irradiated insects. And I don't. Is that the name of the game? And then the team is Binoculars? I guess so.
Just a comment on the last game, actually. How there was a question: how was that themed with the 3 of a kind theme that we'd set out for the jam?
That's a good question. Can you think of any way that adheres to the theme, Paul?
I'm not sure. Were there 3 coins?
Yeah. No, I think that it probably doesn't. And there's nothing in the README either about how it did. It's very nice when people sort of highlight in the README how their game fits the theme. And like this one, the README here, we've got that you only have 3 types of towers that you have to replace during rounds. It's a tower defense game. And then these mutant bugs are trying to destroy the city. So you move the 3 towers around instead of having a tower defense game where you build a bunch of new towers all the time. You're just reusing the 3 that you've got. So that's very thematic because there are 3 of a kind of the towers. That's nice.
Yeah, I got a response from them 80. So it was the 3 types of coins: bronze, silver, and gold, and then the 3 types of land blocks was the theming for that.
Okay. Okay. I guess that having 3 of a type of asset isn't really adhering to the theme as strictly as I would have liked to see, though. What I really want to see in these things is that the theme plays a part in the gameplay and in the concept of the game itself. So there should be an idea there that does something with the theme rather than, you know, an asset or an object. Ideally. But still, nice work. Having finished and gotten into the top 10 is no mean feat in and of itself.
Just getting a final game is definitely an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And this one seems to play in pretty well with 3 theme.
Yeah, so I really like the little team logos they have here. I imagine that they also have maybe made the graphics themselves, since they made the logos and stuff.
Could be. I don't recognize these coming from anywhere.
I was alone. No, okay, so there was a credit here for some person called Sasha, and I don't think Sasha was on this team, so I guess maybe someone helped them with the logo, which is fine. No, wait, Sasha did make this. Never mind. So it's Sasha who made the art stuff here as well, and there's notes on how to contact, and licensing to you, and screenshots. I love READMEs that have graphics in them and screenshots and anything visual, because breaking up the monotony of text is really nice.
Particularly screenshots, because then it's like, is it worth installing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, almost like a store page.
Yes.
On Steam or
Yes.
something.
I agree.
And it also has setup instructions that uses pipenv, And we didn't require that people use pip-bend, but we did ask people to provide a very easy way for the judges to get a submission up and running. And few ways are easier than just running pip-env install and then pip-env run start. Literally 2
Also,
lines.
Make sure that you get the versions that you want.
Yes, specified
Your game.
in the pip file. We've got the pip file here, where arcade is strictly pinned to 2.3.15. And pathlib is standard library, Sasha, so you don't have to include that in your pip file. Okay, so let's give it a whirl. I will get it running just a sec.
So do you run a mechanical keyboard?
Yeah, you can hear that, huh? Yeah, it's an MX Brown. Okay. It's a very nice looking sort of main screen here. I don't think I can full screen it though. Okay. Pick up turrets with Q, enter to start a wave, mouse to control. So, okay. So I control this helicopter guy.
Yeah.
And I suppose these are the towers.
Put the towers in the corners where they slow down.
So I'm assuming that the wave will take one of these 3 roads. And right now we've got 1 tower sort of servicing each road, which is probably a good wait. Okay, yeah, so now I've placed those here. So let's just run a wave and see what happens. Okay, we get a weird little guy and our tower destroys him. So that's working.
They're all bugs, aren't they?
They're bugs, yeah, insects.
Bug zapper and a fire and insecticide.
It was oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Fire extinguisher maybe, so it's like spraying the bugs with a fire extinguisher.
Oh, I think it actually sprays them with fire.
With fire.
So it's like the opposite of a fire extinguisher.
Okay, so like a flamethrower.
Yeah.
So I'm doing, yeah, so Insane Irradiated Insects was the name of the game, so I guess they must be bugs, yeah. So this one, oh yeah, look at that, yeah, there's some fire happening. And then I guess
So
the next
we need
wave
to get
will
rid of
be
the
up
we
here.
need to get rid of the bugs in this program.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Clever. I can tell you're a dad. Oh shit. I guess I maybe.
All right, move it, move it.
Yeah. Oh,
Drop it.
there we go. That is actually an interesting mechanic, though. I do kind of wish that
Yeah, I
maybe
think-
the game had
I think you need
some
the
sound.
bug zappers near the beginning to start with when you don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
So you get a chance to move it, or at least put together so that you can grab them easily.
That's fairly astute, I think. Yeah, if we put them somewhat close to each other, we can then move them towards the end. But we're maybe min-maxing a little on like, I don't imagine we'll have... Ah, wow, look at that. Okay.
Bad placement.
Apparently.
You're toast.
No, I got this. I got this.
This scales
here.
up really fast.
Yeah, that was very fast.
Oh, you can actually fly with it and extinguish them? Nice.
Can you?
I think it was extinguishing them while you were flying with the helicopter.
Huh. That's surprising. I guess maybe here. And then I'll just start the next wave to keep the heat up. I should lose at some point. Oh shit, that is a lot of bugs.
There's a lot of bugs.
Let's put that here to sort of maximize the... No, that's working out. I actually quite like this. This is a fairly fun game to play. I'm not sure about the manually starting each round. Maybe there should have been a timer or something to sort of keep the pressure up, because
Yeah, I could see that.
It's hard to sometimes.
It depends, though. If you're old like me, I don't mind the manual start.
No, but it makes there takes away some of the pressure, sort of, and I think that time pressure is good to create a sort of. You want a little bit of stress in a game like this. No, but that's fun. I don't think you can shoot them while holding the tower, though. It doesn't
Oh, you
look like
don't?
there's any fire. Nah,
Okay.
have to put it down. Okay, now everyone's coming up there. But yeah, they say that the best games are bred from taking an existing well-established concept and then like adding limitations and changing up the formula a little bit. So a tower defense game where you're limited to only a few towers is a somewhat novel idea. I'm sure people have done it before, but I haven't played any games like that. Moving the towers around instead of building new ones is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I like the 3 different types of towers. I wonder if one's particularly better than the others.
Yeah, maybe they specialize in different kinds of bugs.
Yeah.
That would make
That would
a lot
be
of
good.
sense. Because it seems like some of the time the bugs get wiped out almost instantly. But other times it's very difficult. Oh, these guys are going to destroy the city, dude. Oh, I'm doing poorly. Ah, no, it might work.
You might get it.
See, I think the fire one's really good at killing these dudes. But it might just be because this one softened them up. Anyway, I think that's probably enough. Hey, we survived.
Oh, this is well done.
This is a very fun gameplay experience. And that should be an important thing for us to consider when we evaluate these, obviously. I think finding that sort of magic in a game is probably the hardest thing to do as a game developer. All the rest is just polish.
One of the better games that I had a student do was a tower-based game. And I hate to admit, but I probably spent about 2 days worth of time playing this game.
Oh, yeah.
He did a really, really nice job of it.
Nice. Oh, that's cool. Right, so we've got...
Is there any sound in that game?
Sand? Sound, right.
Sound.
I thought you were saying sand, which, yeah, I think there was some sand. But no, there was no sound effects at all, and that's one of the things I kind of missed. I mean, even if they were just some free sound effects from Kenny, for instance, then that would probably have been a very easy, kind of low-hanging fruit for them to do. You can find those sound effects and implement them probably in the matter of an hour, right? And it would have added a lot of extra production value, I think.
Yeah.
So a little sad to see that didn't have time to do that. I'm sure it was on the list. Actually, for this next one, I had... Okay, I need to...
Okay, so we got the next one. Are you ready for the next one?
Not quite, because I had that set up with the run configuration in PyCharm. But you can run it, and I can figure something out. What we can do is I can move to the interview.
So this is the Gamer Gang one, right?
This is the Gamer Gang one. Let me find the... Right, so the README is here.
So up, down, up, left, right arrows, or WAD arrows. 1, 2, 3 to control the cubes, or whatever the heck you want to call them. All right. And the down arrow to split the stack that you're currently in. Collect all the stars to unlock the exit door. All right. I think I already have this one set up. At least I thought I did.
I'm gonna...
I don't see it. I'm gonna run it from here.
I'm gonna... yeah, this doesn't look so great on the stream probably, but I'm just gonna full screen it so that... well, that...
Okay. I can't hear anything. The music is very loud. Okay.
Can Can you guys see what's up?
If I can
Paul?
change the mixing on this bit.
I think as for the README here,
I can't change just its volume.
you can't. Well, you have to have the game running. But you are. I don't think Paul can hear me at all.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Did you get it worked out, the volumes?
I hope so. It's still kind of loud. Oh, here we go. Oh,
People
yeah.
are saying no audio. Is
Yeah,
that
there's no audio
intentional?
from Paul coming through for the game, sadly. But I will run the game up as well.
Sure.
Okay, start. All right, so I've got a bouncy thing here.
Yeah.
I hit the 1, 2, and 3 to control the cubes. I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, WAD are air keys to jump. Excellent, there's instructions here. I like this. And down arrow to split the stack when stacked. Oh, cool. How do you rejoin them?
I think you just jump back onto it.
Ah, okay. And it has physics. I love the physics.
Yeah, look at that. I will I'll load up the game on my main screen as well after Paul has been playing with it a bit so you guys can see it a little better. But
All right. Spikes and bees and torches are dangerous. Oh. Ah, go away, go away.
You got your stack.
Yep.
Chat's saying the game's small. Lemon, you're trying to run the game now, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. Oh shit. Okay, super loud. Just wait a second. Okay, volume fixed. Sorry about that.
Ah, I need like lives. I'm too old for this.
I will try to. So it should be a little better to see now on the stream. I don't think I can make it any bigger than that, but we can have a look at it here. I quite like the graphics right off the bat.
Yeah, the graphics are cute. I don't know how you're supposed to get past that bee.
I think, okay, I'm gonna try it. And yeah, the physics are awesome.
That's awesome.
So this is the bee, I guess, that you're having trouble with. I'm gonna try a tactic where I lure the bee closer. And then, fuck you. No, that didn't work. Okay.
Yeah.
The bee is maybe the last boss here. That's where the. It's nice to have a game that isn't trivial. Okay. Yes. Okay. Gravel blocks can't be pushed, but they are affected by gravity. So I can go push this stuff down here. Oh, yeah, maybe not push it that far. Okay. One more try.
How did they prevent the player from rotating while adding force to it?
Huh?
Someone's asked, how did they prevent the player from rotating when adding force to it?
If you in PyMonk there's something called moment, and that will keep something from rotating if you set it to infinite. So there's basically a setting for PyMonk for moment to stop that from happening.
Right, cool.
Can I just leave the rest of my people there? I feel bad.
What level are you on now? Did you get past the B?
I got past the B, but only with one block.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you gotta bring your whole gang. Oh, yeah.
Oh, now I get it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I should have brought... I don't have enough precision in the controls to move forward by like 1 pixel. But maybe if I go a little further back. Nope, I'll just jump the whole thing.
That is something that's hard with the physics engine,
Yeah?
to be able to get that level of precision.
Yeah, and precision obviously is quite important in a platformer. But this is, it doesn't perform terribly.
So I could hit 2 and go back here, and now get all my people to go across. Okay.
No, 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 no! You died from the Super Scion.
I need lives. I don't like this one-shot you're dead thing. Okay, I do like this. This does get the whole theme, though. I think they've done a decent job of putting the theme in here.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's super thematic. I want to see the last level just to see how hard this gets. It's nice that there are so many levels.
How many are there?
Well, there's 6.
Oh, like
so I
6?
can see.
Okay.
And, wait, so these are... Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, so I could have probably... Huh, this is some, fairly... Okay, so I can't seem to get down here. Okay, I'm stuck. You died from fire. Just fire. You died from fire.
No, no, no!
Oh, this is fun though.
Okay, this game has a good fun factor to it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And it's highly thematic, and it looks good. So, I think it's... It scores quite high on a lot of factors here.
Someone's saying the hitboxes seem a bit too big.
Yeah, that might be.
That could be.
The hitboxes might be just the size of the characters. Even that's too big sometimes. A lot of the time. Okay. Cool. Let's
Okay, I like that one.
yeah. Yeah, I like that one too.
Really well done. Who was in that one? Was that a solo or multiple people?
So yeah, let's have a look at that. Gamer gang. I imagine there must have been multiple people. Let's look at some commits. Right, so I am gonna have to go and find the pull request.
Oh, didn't mean to ask such a complicated question.
It's not. It shouldn't be a complicated question at all. Wait, pull requests. Why are there 0 closed? Didn't all of them make pull requests?
You're filtering by gamer, and
Yeah, that's it.
they didn't. It is scope again.
Right, so here, and then I suppose.
Yeah, it doesn't have a clear.
Nice.
name.
Okay, there's an easier way to figure this out, I'm sure.
I think it's a 3-person team, or at least chat seems to think it's a 3-person team.
Well, do we know which of these belongs to the team? Could you figure it out, Joseph?
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Meanwhile, yeah, I really like the graphics. I wonder if they made the graphics themselves. That's another thing we could probably see if we look a little bit at the pull request. I could probably see it in history as well if I look back a little. Like.
Well, I don't want to break up the pace of the stream.
Sheng. Who's Sheng? Yeah, I'm not finding it. But yeah, we'll get back to that, and Joseph will give a team makeup and who is on the team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like.
Congratulations! That was a really well done.
Yeah.
Really well done game.
Triple blocks. Oh, that's what it's called. I think I saw that. Triple blocks. No. I swear I saw triple blocks. Yeah, okay, never mind. Let's see, who's next on the list then? That would be KT Games, I guess? KT Games. Oh, I get it, like Katie. Katie Games.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that person is called Katie. Let's dig that up. Finalists. KT Games. Hatchlings. Thinking about getting a pet during quarantine, but worried about the increase in responsibility. Look no further than Hatchlings, the virtual pet game that allows you to adopt one of 3 unique creatures each playthrough. So there's the 3 of a kind theme, and you can see the 3 of a kind theme prominent also in the little logo that's at the top there. Cute little logo.
I like this because I haven't seen too many. I'm trying to think if I've ever had anybody do a virtual pet game. So I like the novelty of the concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess it's sort of like a Tamagotchi type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your hatchling will grow very quickly. Provide food and rest. Let it play. Oh, and the screenshots of the game. That's also very nice. Installation and running. And an actual overview of the project. A very nice, sizable README as well. All sorts of instructions on. Looks great. So super nice work on the README, and that is one of the criteria that we're going to consider when we figure out who won this thing. Is how good the documentations are, and this is really your only opportunity to document is this file. So that looks great. Got the mouse creature, the duck creature, and the sea creature, which are just different. Oh no, so they grow up to be different. Yeah, like. But they start out more or less the same. That's cool. Almost like an evolution process, like Pokemon's or something. And hey, the author is Katie. I like it.
Excellent.
I was hoping that was this. So we've got sources for all the assets they used, and special thanks to you, Paul. And even mentioning the episode where you were on Talk Python to me. That's cool.
That's cool.
So nice work on this. Let's have a look at the game. I'll get it running in a second. Oh, hang on. Uh-huh. Got it.
There we go.
Okay. I guess I'll start. And I got the duck thing, I think.
Yep, so you got the duck creature.
So I'll give it some food. Feed it a burger.
I think
Do I have to do anything, or does it just... Maybe it's not.
I think it just I think it just sits there. I think you have to hit the next button, like the scale one in the lower above the reset button.
Oh.
Not
This
the
one?
yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is that supposed
So
to represent? I don't get it.
I think it's been fed once and it's not happy.
Oh, so let's feed it one more time, and then if I go to the scale... Oh yeah, now hunger increases. But the mood is terrible, so let's play some ball with it. And I guess that's like a controller.
Figure games.
Mood is a little bit better. I like the...
Sort of a Cookie Monster grimace.
Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, the duck thing is happy. And some more burgers. Okay, so it's not... So what are these others? Like, what's a light bulb? Oh yeah, right. So you turn the lights off and it's sleepy time. And I turn it back on again. That's cool. I don't know what
And
the
I don't
home
think
button
it's...
does.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to guess if it's sick. I forget what the duck does.
Yeah, let's see. If I press the duck... Well, I can't see anything happening then. Maybe home sort of seems to close some of these modules. So
Go back and actually look at the instructions.
yeah, I should do that so that we don't kill the duck.
You
How to
have to
play.
train it to only cry when it needs.
You can press reset at any time to return to start, and
Oh, it can get dots if it's sick.
if you think it needs to rest, hit the light button.
Oh, the
Check
duck
the health.
flushes the toilet.
Does it? Okay.
Okay, I would not have guessed that.
Hatchling will eat until it's full. Play games with it. What's that noise? Hatchlings love attention. You can tell your hatchling wants your attention when the attention button is highlighted with the red box. So then, right. This is so elaborate, huh?
Yeah, and I really appreciate the README pointing out everything that it supports.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, so now I actually do have to press the duck button here. Oh, there's more.
Oh,
And I need this attention thing, I guess. Maybe just go to sleep. Go to sleep.
is it hungry again?
I'll check in a second. What was the weird little crab claw thing down here? I'm gonna figure out what that one is. You must teach your hatchling discipline to only ask for attention when they need it. If your hatchling is full, in a good mood, healthy, and has a clean habitat, then you should teach them not to request your attention by clicking the discipline button.
Oh, I think that's you're talking mean to it or something.
Yeah, it's basically mean to it, yeah. Oh wait, no, so food, I guess. Wait, where is the food? There it is. So a couple of burgers. In a good mood. Now it wants attention, so now I'm gonna discipline it. So don't do that.
Or do you have to hit the intention button? Oh, nope, now it's okay.
I guess it's still...
Still got that highlighted.
Yeah. Mood is bad, probably because I disciplined it so much. So let's play some games. That's not really my parenting style, man. Not sure I'm comfortable with that. And it's super
The
hungry
last
again.
team was
Sorry?
2 members.
The last team with two members. Who was on that team?
Sans Papyrus and Red something. The PR was called Stuff and had nothing about the team name, so I had to go through. the
Thanks for that.
history. But yeah, 2 members.
Okay. Well, I think we've seen enough of this game, but I really like it. It's very different from the others. I like that it isn't a platformer.
Yes,
And
agreed.
sort of a fresh take on an arcade project. I wonder how much of these graphics are, because there were some sources here for pixel art, animations, and sound effects. I'm not hearing any sound effects actually, so I'm not sure if the sound effects are working. But it's on full volume. There's no sound coming, so I don't know if there is any sound effects working right now. At least not on my system. It looks like all the sprites came out of here, probably. If that's okay.
Oh, they were made there.
They were made there, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. So
yeah, so she
did make them.
She made the sprites using that program.
Yeah, that's impressive then, because the sprites they're all right. Especially the hatchlings themselves are quite cute.
Yes.
Some of the icons maybe, like the scale, for instance, isn't immediately intuitive to me.
It looks like a quesadilla. Something.
And I don't understand that the crab claw thing is supposed to be discipline. I'm not sure what it's supposed to look like. But the medicine icon and the bat and the baseball and the light bulb, these are all very capable little icons. They look fine. I like the duck a lot too. So yeah, I quite like that project as well. We've got some really good projects on the stream so far.
Yes.
I'm quite impressed with our contestants.
Are we ready to move on to the next? Oh.
Yeah, we're ready, I think, to move on. And the next one then would be... which one?
Monkeys and Frogs, is that right?
That might be it. Let's see. Yes, Monkeys and Frogs.
I think it is, yeah.
So, Monkeys and Frogs on Fire. I believe Fire is one of the members of that team. Our moderator, Fire. So yeah, let's look at the README, Paul.
Oh, this one's got like a server and a game on it too, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So let's see. Yeah, looking at the README, we've got Triple Vision, a dungeon 2D game based on the theme Three of a Kind. Players got 3 different wizards to pick from, red, green, or blue. Each one has its own special abilities. And a table, which I can't see well, but you can.
Yeah, that's great here.
Cool. Strong and powerful, built like a tank, or quick and fast. So speed, damage, or tankiness. And you move around by clicking on a tile. Uses A-star pathfinding.
Classic. Cool.
All right.
We've got instructions on how to run it, a description of what it is. It's pretty good README. Here's some screenshots. And instructions for us on how to play. I will get that running now. There is multiplayer, it looks like, but I guess we would have to be on the same local network.
Yeah, I think we'd have to be on the same local network. Oh, I remember this. This took me a while to figure out how to get past this register login screen, because the register and login buttons flip places too, which I find very confusing.
They do? Okay. I'll get the game running on my end as well, so that our viewers can see it a little bit better. Right. Register. I guess I'll register. Oh, and then they flipped. Password and
I'm getting eaten alive.
Okay, register. And then, yeah, I gotta agree with Paul there that that UX of having those buttons switch places is not very good. So I'm logging in. Oh, okay. Dear God, that's a lot of loud noises. Sorry, screen.
Can I get health? Again.
Okay. Ah. Okay, so I am... How do you switch between the wizards? Oh yeah, you just go down there. That's quite smooth when you hover over
Oh,
the
yes, it
wizards there.
is. Nicely done.
Really like the animation and that. And then it looks like the game sort of stops or pauses while you're selecting your character there. And if I right click, I can sort of stop time.
Oh, I'm like turning what? Invisible?
I guess the blue one
Yeah,
can
this-
stop time.
What does the green one do?
Indestructible, I think.
Hmm.
If you change character, I think it has the power up in the description.
Yeah, it does. Power up indestructible. Power up floor
it?
stomp on
Okay.
the red one. Oh, look at that. I wonder how this plays multiplayer. I guess you're just in the same game world.
I think the multiplayer is just a high score system. That's how
Oh,
I remember
okay.
it being. Fire might be able to correct me on that if it's in chat, but that was
Oh,
how I thought it
there's
was.
lots of bugs.
Getting some performance
Oh, maybe it
issues
does.
in certain cases. But yeah, we've got very nice looking monsters here. That one is almost like a Monty Python, Terry Gilliam type of look. Sound effects and music, even though they're a bit loud, look good. How often can I use these super abilities?
Whenever you have enough mana.
Oh, and the mana is that blue bar. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can also long press left click to shoot a charged projectile.
Oh.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And enemies increase each level, and yeah, the multiplayer is just leaderboard.
Okay. Yeah. We got Fire in the chat.
We do indeed.
If Fire wants to, he can join this call and talk a little bit about his game on the stream. If they're willing.
Yeah.
Ah.
Could you ask?
Yeah.
I like that the music pauses when you use the possibility. I think I've killed everything on this map, but no, wait, there's something there. Okay. Wow, performance is really tanking on level 2. Having a hard time running this smoothly. Oh, that guy has a lot of health. Whoa,
The big red trumpy monster.
he's like off level and
Fire is having lunch, I'm afraid, friends.
okay, fair enough. Well,
This is nicely done.
yeah. It has a lot of things that you normally wouldn't see in a game jam, like the whole high score multiplayer login system is probably was a lot of work. And I'm not even sure it's a smart investment of time during a game jam to write something like that, but it is impressive. I mean, you could conceivably then host that server up on the web somewhere and hook up the clients to it and have real high scores pretty easily without changing any of the code. But I'm running into some severe performance issues. How's it running for you, Paul?
Not bad. I'm still
I
on
know.
level 2, but
Hmm?
Inoff says it might be missing spatial hashing.
That would make a massive difference. Especially with this many tiles.
Yeah. Whenever I get a lot of enemies on the screen here, or a lot of tiles on the screen, it basically slows down. There's also some weird pulling. Sometimes the character's like moving up, even though I'm not pressing up.
Oh yeah,
I got
you.
So I think that's a bug.
One thing is that the knockback from enemy hits, I think it can take you out the game area, because I remember playing it locally and I got hit out the game area and you can get back in.
Oh jeez.
So, yeah.
But here, I really like the theme adherence here. You've got the 3 playable characters that you can switch between. You've got 3 lives or 3 hearts, and there's this. It's fundamentally a gameplay thing that you want to switch characters because they all have strengths, and you have to balance these 3 abilities essentially. And that's exactly the kind of thematicism that I was hoping that people would try to do. So I think that makes for a really interesting and different experience.
So one of the members of the team has said in chat that the reason the movement seems to move when you're not doing it is because it snaps to the center of the tile. So that might explain that.
Oh, so it tries to get onto the straight tile there.
Yeah, it sticks to the grid.
Well,
This is another pretty impressive bit of work.
yeah. Who was on this team other than Fire?
I will check now.
Yeah, I quite like that. Okay. So at this point we are 6 games in. There's 4 left to look at. I think that it's probably time to take 5 minutes. We'll go get a glass of water or something, and then when we come back from those 5 minutes, we'll have another chat with Paul, and then we'll look at the last 4 games, and then figure out who we think is going to walk away the winning team here. So
Sounds good. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
So yeah, 5 minutes for us, and for you guys watching, go get yourself a drink. You know you don't want to miss any of the actual stream, so use this opportunity to hydrate. And then I'll see you in 5.
Sweet.
The soul is for sale, so that it may find rest.
That's going well.
Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms,
But I think it makes good. And it's
we're no better than the liars. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be 6 hours.
Wear a crown
Stream
of grace,
pretty well there. Yeah.
never leave a trace. at the end of the day, the higher your objective, the longer the fall.
Apparently we can be heard.
Prayed for a revelation. Maybe this one gets me again. Maybe this one's not pretend. In the end, waited, double advantage, all my sins forgiven, all my debts repaid. For all that I know, it's too late. Like fire in the wind, slips the life through his hands, and now he understands. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Always searching for answers, never sleeping if he could stay awake. His only fortune is the one that he made. Pray for a revelation. Now the search is over, nothing left to chase. Now he's finally found his rightful place. Like fire in the wind, face the light from your eyes, meeting your demise. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Honest for all If I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. If I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. If I wasn't honest now, I wasn't all wrong. If I wasn't honest now, I wasn't as strong. Now if I'm being honest, everything that I've learned, for better or worse, all those bridges have burned. If I'm being honest, after all said and done, even if I'd known, I would never have run. It wasn't you and me, just you and them. Not one, not two, not 5 or 10. You chose to fall, but in the end I'll play the fool, so let's pretend that I could do it all again. And we're back. We've got Paul here in the interview room again, so we're going to ask him some more questions while we've got him, before we get started again with the evaluations. Just to pick up where we left off, do you attend any of the big conferences around for Python, I mean? Yeah. Mm. That's great. A lot of people saying that. I wish I could go to the PyCons over in the States. We've got minor events here in Norway, where I'm based, but it's mostly like meetups and smaller groups. Huh. Yeah, and thousands of views on YouTube, probably. Yeah, but did you ever have a talk? Hmm?
And do a poster presentation, but yeah, when it was canceled, then I didn't end up doing it.
Did we not have audio there for a bit?
Yeah, there's no audio on Paul.
Sorry about that.
Seriously?
I fixed that now. I don't know how that happens. Sorry, I think we're gonna have to go back and essentially get your answers to this again.
Can you hear me now, though?
Can stream confirm that audio is okay? Sorry. We had some issues during the break with the audio coming through when it shouldn't. And then now, of course, we have the opposite problem. I did unmute. But yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, not to,
It's back now.
It's back now. That's good, at least. So you were saying that you've attended a bunch of PyCons and had several talks. Do you know if any of those talks are available online? So that
Basically, I did an educational conference first off, which that talk's not online, and then I did a presentation on Arcade, which is online, and then I also did a tutorial session on doing a platformer in Arcade, which is basically the same tutorial that I now have up for the platformer tutorial, although it's been updated based on various feedback and stuff. So I wouldn't actually recommend watching the stream of that one, in that the library's been improved enough that the tutorial's the better reference.
Okay. Fair enough. Maybe we can scrounge up some of those talks and link them in the chat, Joseph. As we go on further. What about other non-Python conferences? Do you go to anything like that?
I do not normally. Basically the PyCon was the one big thing when I was finally able to go to that. Kind of family centric, so I don't typically leave home without my family very often.
Yeah.
And that was the one thing a year that I really focused on.
We had one of our admins, Ival. He brought his entire family to PyCon one year. His little kid and his wife, and they had a blast together. Have you considered doing that?
My youngest right now is 18, so I think they would be bored out of their minds. But they are all like going to be, well, if this COVID thing, once we ever get through with it, hopefully leaving home. So,
so they're not programmers then.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Child care and English major.
I see. Cool. And you also mentioned earlier that you've published a couple of books, right? One on Pygame and one on Arcade, at least that I know of. Anything else? I'm probably forgetting one.
So I did the one on Pygame, which went through. I was self-published, went through 3 revisions, self-published, and actually did quite well self-published, which surprised me. It was really quite nice. And then I went through A-Press to publish it. Going through a quote-unquote real publisher is a little bit more happily thought of in academic circles, and kind of regretted doing that, actually. So that kind of prevents me from publishing a competing book. And the Arcade book isn't available in like print format, although I think at some point later I might end up rolling the dice and seeing how that works in a print format.
Right, yeah. I personally really enjoy having a printed version of the books that I like. I have a whole shelf dedicated to Python literature, and my favorite way to work through a book like that is just to sit down with like a marker and mark the hell out of that book.
Yeah, the publishing experience has been really interesting because just publishing online, you can actually, as long as you go through it and do it all yourself, you get like 70% of the revenues roughly for ebooks, and then minus printing costs for the print version. But you don't have any publisher doing any grammatical checks or anything for you. So it is totally self-published. But you get most of the money, which is nice if you can do your own marketing. Then if you do it with a publisher, it totally depends on the publisher. Sometimes they just do this blanket, we're going to pay $2,000 for all these people to do books, and we'll just, if you do that for like 20 books and you just run them through and one book is a success and gets you money, then you're all set, right? So there's sort of the mass produce type thing, and it also helps you in that you end up with non-competes, so those people cannot publish in that space again without running through you as a first possible publisher. Or you get people that I think really do a hefty job of editing. And my experience with No Starch is they do a lot of editing, technical edits, and I've been pretty impressed with them in their work.
A couple of books out already. Are you working on anything more?
Basically, I'm working on a computer networking book, which uses Python for the examples. And it covers everything from the hardware at the electrical layer up to the presentation layer. And I'm kind of excited about it, but yeah, it's been completely derailed by COVID, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can get back on track once things are a little bit less crazy.
Yes.
You've been personally very affected. Are you under lockdown in your state?
Yeah, the U.S. really has not done the whole lockdown thing all that much. And Iowa, we are ramping up in number of cases and number of deaths, and our governor has decided this is a great time to reopen the state.
So, but maybe you personally then are observing some of the rules that are not necessarily recommended as guidelines by your government.
Yeah, we go out not that often anymore. We might get carry out like once a week, and we go to the grocery store once a week, and then I go to the college and take care of the fish tank. And the college is closed, so it's not like I see anybody there.
Right. Okay. But so have you been just working on your personal stuff, or do you still sort of you picking up all the work that you don't have time for normally in your day to day?
I've been on sabbatical this semester, so the game jam and the PyCon and this sort of stuff has been really good for me to completely and totally concentrate on working on the library, which is, in my opinion, why it has been improved in leaps and bounds these last few months. Not to mention the contributions that have been made on the OpenGL side that I wouldn't be able to do myself because I just don't have that knowledge.
Oh, that's excellent. Okay, and Joseph, did we get some questions for Paul from the chat?
We did. So first off, do you play any video games yourself? What kind of games are you interested in?
So video games are really addictive. I have a hard time with that. I used to play Eve quite a bit. During the sabbatical, I stepped away from that, or else it'd be too easy to get re-addicted to that. So I did like Eve Online, and then I play a fair bit with, if I can play socially with some friends. So once or so a week, we played Borderlands quite a bit, and now we've sort of switched to Dota 2, but just with our friends. And I try to do more helping people learn how to make games than playing games, because then if I play games too much, I never get very far in those other endeavors.
Yeah, that's
sweet. Yeah. So what has it been like to work and maintain a library for so long?
It takes a fair bit of time, but I like it. The PR stuff is one of the things that's a little bit harder to work with, especially when you feel like you've invented a better mousetrap. And obviously, I'm totally biased, and there are certain advantages to Pygame over Arcade, but I feel in most cases, Arcade is a better library with its more advanced uses of OpenGL, the amount of how frequently we've been going through different revisions. And for a while, I mean, now it's being maintained again with Pygame, and I don't know if I would have started this project if Pygame had originally not had that lapse in being maintained. But getting people to see the library, getting people to use the library, that PR aspect of things is one that is a lot more challenging, actually, than the coding part.
I see. Cool. And the last question is sort of related to maintaining the library, but so someone says, I've noticed that there's very few requirements for doing PRs to Arcade, and I feel like it's harmed the library in the past, so like a lack of unit tests and such. Why not enforce more things for the good of the future of the library?
That is a wonderful question. And I think that evolves over time as well. PyCon has been great for me to get tips from other people doing maintenance. But in short, the GUI stuff really actually is, there weren't unit tests around it. I didn't fully understand it really well. And then as the library progressed, the GUI stuff started breaking. And now as I look at it, and it's got a lot of hooks into a lot of different other areas of Arcade, it's a lot more of a headache. So whenever people contribute code, you really have to sort of balance between, you don't want to be so strict that you discourage somebody from contributing to the library that might really help the library move along. But on the other hand, you want to, basically, you don't know if they're going to contribute something and then go away, and then you are basically stuck with that baby, so to speak, and you have to raise it and keep care of it for the entire remainder of the library. And you don't know if the other person is going to stick around and maintain it, and you're the only one that has the final responsibility for it. So that part is a difficult balance, and I think as the library matures, that balance changes from being from being more permissive to needing to be less permissive. So yeah, I don't have a good answer for that, in that I really want people to contribute and not have it be a me-only project, and encourage that, but at the same time, make it maintainable. So I wish I had a magic bullet answer to that question, and I have not found the right sweet spot yet, I don't feel like.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, sweet. That's all the chat questions we've got for now, then.
I think we've also tasted the whole balancing act between being too strict and getting people to actually contribute in Python Discord with our open source stuff. And unit test seems to be sort of like a stopgap. Like that's the threshold that some people will not cross in how much work they're willing to put into something like a pull request sometimes. Some people are just really opposed to writing a test. And you don't want to eliminate all of those potential contributors necessarily. Have you considered some really, really easy testing frameworks? Are you just using a plain unit test? And
PyTest.
Right, okay, PyTest. Have you seen a doc test, for instance?
I started off with doc test, and I moved away from it. I did not feel it was as maintainable or as flexible as doing separate tests in PyTest. So yeah, originally I thought doc test was awesome. I just wanted to do doc test because then you would have the documentation and you'd have that how to do something right there in the library. But it ended up being a headache for me. And then I went with unit test, which I really was not as wild about the original unit test. I think PyTest is incredibly easy to use. I've had people mess around with doing mockups. I've never really found the point of doing mocking with the tests. And while I've had some people contribute tests that involve mocking, that's just, I don't know, I haven't been able to wrap my head around the usefulness of that as much. So basically they're this PyTest, and then I've got the ability to basically start up and run the game through so many frames. If you just kind of like want to start and run a game for a little bit and then shut it down, and the get pixel and some other items basically allow you to do some verification on where stuff is. But I don't know. It's got a long ways to go for unit testing on the library, and I would really like to get the percentage up, but a lot of that will actually probably involve ripping out the GUI code and replacing it. But I don't have a replacement yet.
What is your coverage percentage, if you don't mind?
Right now in the 2.4 branch, it's 81%.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I think anything over 80 is serviceable, but over 90 you start to get like really good, I guess.
Well, you can have coverage, but then still not actually manage to have enough assert statements that really verifies where things are. So
absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. And even if you do assert, all of the things in one, there are sometimes the same block of code can be used in different ways that would yield a different behavior. And so you may have to assert certain things multiple times from different angles in order to really have thorough testing. So coverage isn't a perfect indicator of where you're at.
Yeah, I did a lot of work recently on the physics engine, and then I created a whole bunch of unit tests, which allowed me to find a whole bunch of ways that the physics engine needed to work better. I got done, and then what I didn't realize was the physics engine for sideways collisions runs like 5 times slower than it used to.
Yeah.
So, you can do stuff, and then it can hit the timing, and then your testing doesn't necessarily catch the fact that you all of a sudden slowed down your times by 50%.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I think we should. Hi. Maybe don't say that on stream. Sorry, and my 3-year-old is showing me that he's naked. Okay. Yep. Let's let's move back to. We should probably look at another project.
That sounds great.
Actually, there's just one more question from the chat.
Oh, okay.
What do you think is the best advice you've gotten since you started programming?
Um, I suppose it was like a twofold. Basically, and this is where I get a lot of students that the reality check. A lot of once you go into the workplace, programming isn't programming. I would like it to all be about programming, but studying and learning project management was really important to me. So aside from the programming aspect of things, just learning to manage a project. And number two was learning to manage people better and interrelate with them. So completely unrelated to actual programming, the whole aspect of really understanding how to manage a project and people, I almost find more important for somebody to pay attention to that and not just the programming side of things.
Sweet.
Yeah, here. Okay, we got anything else? Joseph?
That is it from chat.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to. We've got 4 more projects to go through, so we're gonna have a look at those 4, and after that, we're gonna see if we can bring someone from some of those projects on the stream with us and have a little bit of a conversation with someone who's actually in the jam. Do you have anyone lined up for that?
Yeah, we've got 3 people so far.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good. So but let's start by looking at the last games that we've got left first. And I think next up we've got a team called Score AAA, which is here. I will switch to the screen here. You should be able to see it now. I don't know whose turn it was now, but I can go through the readme, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's your turn.
We're trying to divide the workload a little so you guys don't get sick of my voice. 3 keys on the run. And here you got some nice screenshots right off the bat. And they're quite nice screenshots. I think graphically
I love the
one of the more
graphics.
interesting projects out of all of them, I think. So you control the keys, and the keys are in the shape of the button that you control them with. I have to say that that's phenomenal UX. Just
Yes. You don't even really have to think about it.
right. It's like completely intuitive that you would press W to control the W character. I absolutely love it. And it seems like it's almost like a rhythm game. You're supposed to hit the key at the right time. So maybe not rhythm game is the right term. I guess it depends on how well it integrates with the music, but and then we've got scores. Okay, 3 different levels of difficulty triggered when you reach certain scores, so it makes it faster, which is nice. So escalating difficulty, that's one of the things we asked for in previous projects that didn't have it, or at least we didn't see it. Installation instructions are very simple again, and the credits to all of the
They
stuff
did their
that
own
they
art.
used. Yep, looks like it. Using Pixel Studio, we can have a look at that too.
Which, particularly given how nice the art is, that's rather impressive.
Absolutely. I must have constituted quite a bit of the time invested in this project. Like these little orbs with the highlighting and no, I think this looks great, and especially if you did the backgrounds.
Yeah.
They're quite impressive. So wonderful work on the assets there. Okay, some inspiration from Yoshi Island. I can see that, absolutely. This top part definitely looks like Yoshi Island style of shading. And music in CC0. Okay, cool. Let's get it running and see what it is. I'm excited. A nice. I love the AZ
Oh.
E for Frenchies. Little French flag in the bottom. Okay. Q, W, and E. I think the music's
Love
gonna be
the
crazy
animation.
loud. Yeah, I'll turn it down before it goes completely crazy. Oh wow. By default, I have the high score.
What more could you want?
You see that, Joe? You're in third place.
Hold on. What's going on here?
That's funny. Okay, so let's try this. So I jump when the circle is in the gray. Yeah, it's quite responsive.
Oh, I remember this game. This game's
Already fairly challenging.
I'd almost kind of like it if they jumped a little bit higher because it feels like you're not completely clearing it, even though you still
Right, exactly, yeah.
keep the score on it. But I love the animation, the bouncing aspect of it, because that's good. That's really good.
Really nice
the
parallax
background.
on those backgrounds.
Yes, yes, they are real well done. Gives a lot of depth to it. Except I want to stare at the backgrounds rather than actually concentrate on figuring out the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there's
pretty
a bit of a
challenging.
contrast thing.
This is a very smooth gameplay experience. It's very responsive and easy to understand how to play it, and fast and challenging and all of that stuff. Oh wow! Now suddenly the things are moving at a different. Right. I guess the difficulty was ramped up a little bit here. How hard is it to do something like parallax scrolling in arcade?
Not hard. I think the hardest part is to come up with the backgrounds.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of free parallaxy like backgrounds out there, so you really kind of need to do the art. But really, you just draw the textures on there and you shift them at different speeds.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but this is excellent. I'm having a lot of fun with this game, actually. I'm not sure Q, W, and E are necessarily like it may have been a good idea to spread the controls out a little on the keyboard so you have more space, sort of, for your fingers to.
I would probably would have tried Q, A, and Z, so that the up, middle, and down.
Right. I'm because of my unique hand, you can see on the stream, controls are a little bit weird for me in particular, I guess. I have to use two hands to control this game, but it works fairly well to do it that way. So yeah, no, I like this a lot. I think it's exceptionally good looking.
Yes, and it plays to the theme reasonably well too.
Yeah, it's perfect execution of the theme. Like I said, for the one with the three stacked blocks, also like the theme plays a key part in the gameplay concept itself, which is really cool. So people who can pull off that sort of adherence to the theme, that's very impressive. It's a creative feat, I think, to be able to create something that adheres so well to the theme. And this isn't the easiest theme in the world either. Three of a kind isn't like, it's not necessarily that easy to come up with a good way to use that.
No, especially like in an arcade type of setup. But people have actually done pretty well at integrating with that.
Yeah, there have been several impressive thematic submissions so far. That's for sure. So yeah, this is one of my favorites so far, I gotta say. I really like it. It plays really well. Many of the others have had lots of things that have been impressive about it, but I think ultimately a lot of this will boil down to the best gameplay. And this is one of the more fun ones to actually play. Although there have been some others that have had very, very good gameplays. I'm not...
yeah, quite frankly, all of the ones we've done, these are all really good games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why the judges picked them out as the finalists, I suppose. And there were probably some pretty good games in the ones that didn't make the cut for the top 10 as well.
Yeah.
I wish we had time to look at all of them, but that would take all night. All right, let's... if you don't have any final comments, or if you want to comment on it as well, Joe, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I played this one locally and it ran super smooth. The only thing that I would say is I'm a little bit colorblind, so the contrast was quite difficult, but that might just be me. But yeah, overall it was a really fun game to play.
Right, okay. Then we've got the next one is the Friendly Snakes. I've got the readme open for you there.
Welcome to the famed Flimsy Billies Coin Dash. This is a little game where you battle against time to collect 50 coins, but one coin disappears from your inventory each second. So explore different parts of the map and buy exciting potions, but beware, choose the wrong door. When you leave the mysterious jungle room and you lose half your coins, use your potions wisely. Oh my, this is already complex. Sometimes it's more efficient to use the potions. No, we like hoard potions until the end of the game, right?
Yeah, that's what I do in every game I've ever played.
Yes, never use the potion. Yep. Okay, so basically, we got the install instructions here.
The note that the instructions here have a GIF, an animation to show how to install. Very cool. I think nobody else did that. So that's pretty cool.
It's nice to be able to do that and put it straight in the README, so somebody doesn't have to click off screen and go somewhere else.
Absolutely. That's one of the sort of underutilized features of a GitHub README, that it can render a GIF straight in like that.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend that anyone who maintains any kind of repo make use of that feature if you can, because animations look great in READMEs on GitHub. And it uses pipenv, so it makes it really easy to run.
Yeah. So we play this with the WASD keys, and we start in the bar round. Here you set the bar for the next round. Oh, okay, we don't drink. All right. Try to get as many coins as possible. 3 types of coins, 3 types of potions.
All right. They also mention at the end there that the way that they adhere to the theme is by having 3 types of coins and 3 types of potions, which is okay, but it's also we talked about before that I think it's more impressive if you can somehow integrate the theme into the core gameplay idea rather than just the number of assets that you have. But still, it's better than nothing. I'm going to run it here, and Paul's going to run it down in the little window in the bottom left there. So
I do like games that have a bit more contrast in the text. Light blue, white on light blue.
Yeah, that's a little hard on the eyes.
Yeah. All right, playing here.
So Flimsy Billy was missing spatial hashing as well. So if there's any performance instabilities, that is the reason that some of the collisions are a bit slow and laggy.
Oh, it's crazy laggy on my end.
Oh, really?
Unplayably laggy.
Yeah.
Almost.
Paul, are you on Arcade 2.3 now for this one then?
This one should be running on 2.3, yes.
Right, I can check how I'm doing there, because I don't think it can really be shown off like that.
Yeah, we got a message from Supervising Coder, and it to say to use 2.3. When I played it locally, it performed really well, but it seems to vary on different people's systems.
Yeah.
But I might have been using 2.3 when I was running locally, so I got quite good performance.
Mine is running 2.4. So I should roll it back to... 2.3?
Yeah, 2.3.15 was the one that.
Yeah, I also noticed when I played this with 2.4, hitbox calculation is a little bit different with 2.4, and that also, in addition to the speed, kind of makes things not as good.
I gotta say though that the pip file that came with this is strictly pinning to 2.4 alpha 5, so
Yeah,
that
No,
would
I
be
think
why.
it's a mistake.
I will.
so what's the shop here?
I will
This is
install
the shop. I don't have any coins.
Well, you can see the tiny window in the bottom left. You can see Paul playing it while I install the right version of Arcade here. It looks like it
press
runs
E
pretty
to buy
well.
speed boost. Oh, but I keep losing coins, so I can't buy my speed boost.
Right.
Yeah, it took a
Jump.
minute to get all the coins when I ran it locally. Yeah.
It's also a bit
So you
stressful.
gotta get the coins and then get here pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
There's points where the different types of coins will grant you kind of more coins if you go right up to the top, and that makes it a bit easier. Yeah, so the coins that Paul has just found. Yeah, to get to that top one, you need to buy the jump boost. But that's pretty slick. The potions are pretty cool. I like that. When you can get them, that is. I think that the 1 coin lost per second might be a little bit too intense. especially
No,
since
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I did not get there quick enough.
Yeah, it's I think that's a bit too intense, the 1 coin a second. But I do like the idea of it. But it's just that because there's no other coins once you've collected them, so
you're
it
done.
makes the game unplayable. Yeah, if you don't do it quick enough. But it is a really nice game.
Are the assets here originals or?
I think the assets are original, yeah. Because I remember.
There's some really good looking ones.
Why didn't the
Paul, I
lava
think,
kill me
just-
here?
Yeah, that was something I experienced as well. Some of the lava didn't work. I think the lava there doesn't work either.
I'm hitting E. Oh, I probably have the potion. How do I tell that I have a potion?
You don't.
Oh, how do I use it?
Which one did you buy?
The super jump.
Then you just have it. It's just enabled as soon as you buy it. You can see now if you jump.
Oh, it goes on all the time. Okay.
Yep. But if you see the collisions with the walls there, they get quite slow.
If they really did the art assets here themselves, then I have to say it looks really good. I look at those trees;
Yeah,
they're gorgeous.
Yeah. I don't know if the tree. I know the character is. I'm just trying to think. I'll ask in the chat.
Yeah, by all means. Man, it's taking a while to change the version for arcade for me.
Only the character is a custom-made asset. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
that makes more sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because some of those were a little too good looking almost.
yeah, for a game jam, yeah.
This is a good platformer. This is one where would not mind. Well, it's clear there are areas of this map I'm not getting to.
Yeah, I think it's a nice game. I think the things that I'd say were the speed, the lag issues,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the
figuring out the spatial hashing, and then it would take a little bit of update to get it with the current. Just turning that on would make a huge difference.
yeah, I think Einar said it ran pretty smoothly when he enabled spatial hashing and stuff. And then I think that the 1 coin a second is a little bit too intense, and it makes it quite hard to get all the potions and stuff.
Yeah,
But you got a lot of the mechanics there. I mean, those are just 2 really small changes that could actually be done in like what 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Little tweaks. I think this
question for Lemon.
Sorry. Question for
What
me.
are the specs of the stream computer?
I'll get you the exact specs if you want.
And then Super Amazing Coder says you can go through the portal to exit the bar round.
Essentially, the specs are something like 16 gigs of RAM. It's an octo-core AMD system with around 4 gigahertz of processing power and running an old GTX 980.
Sweet.
With 4 monitors and a mechanical keyboard. So it's something that used to be a beast, but now is a little bit old. I haven't maintained it. It's been 5 years or something since I built it. But it should be more than good enough to run arcade games. I can't get 3 of a kind working at all on Arcade 2.3, so I think we're just gonna have to live with Paul stream for this one. But now Paul has been. I went to the interview screen so that you've been able to see Paul play at a slightly higher resolution.
Okay, you want me to keep playing it, or?
Nah, I guess you have been playing it for a bit now, and share some of your thoughts, I suppose.
I like the level design. I like the whole shop aspect of things, the placement of where these items are. The adding in on the lava. I suppose I'd like to be able to see a little bit further away from my character. So like right here, I feel like I should have a better idea that there's lava really close, but it doesn't hit the 3 of a kind quite as much as I would like. Like what we talked about before.
Yeah.
The shop is a wonderful mechanic that I enjoy quite a bit. I think that was really well done.
There are some performance issues even for you here now, it looks like, especially when you touch the sides of things.
Yeah, when touching the side, that's when it's really starting to slow down. I'm not actually quite sure.
That's a little strange because we saw that in other games as well. So it seems to be a recurring thing that some people are having this problem with slowdowns when they're hitting the sides of collisions.
Well, I think basically when you're hitting the side, it's doing more than one collision check to see how far back it needs to push you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's just like constantly reevaluating.
If you're not doing spatial hashing, if you hit past that benchmark where here you're just checking all the sprites once, here you're checking all the sprites maybe 4 times, and you're hitting that where you're starting to lower your FPS.
Yeah.
So, no, I was well put together. I like the level design. I like the shop. I like a lot of the aspects of that part of the game.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, a few of the reviewers had issues with performance on it, and but many of them also noted that it was very impressive apart from the performance issues.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking forward to
spatial hashing.
It might just be spatial hashing. That's something I've never heard of before this stream, and now it's all we talk about. So,
Yeah. Einaf ran it with that all set up, and he said it was 100% smooth.
okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, well, there's a lesson for people learning arcade, I guess, that watch out for that.
Yeah. It's a lesson for me in that I need to A, point that out well, or B, I really think that it should be possible to come up with some reasonable auto select defaults if no one specifically specifies it, such as if a person's running a collision check against 1,000 sprites and none of those sprites have moved in several frames, maybe just go ahead and automatically turn it on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a possibility to come up with some clever solution there. I wonder how whether other frameworks have run into this problem and have attempted to solve it. Whether there's something to be learned there from other similar frameworks.
Yeah, I've really wondered how some of them manage it. I mean, you do collision checking in Pygame, and it's slower, but one of the reasons why it's not horribly slow is that they actually have a lot of their mechanics for collision detection and such in C, so it's natively compiled, and they get a pretty significant performance boost out of doing that.
Yep.
So Super Amazing Coder says that if you get to the portal at the top left of the shop, then that's how you get to the next round. But I don't know how much more time we have.
I don't think we're gonna play it more now, at least. But
I think we've got a good view of the
yep.
game. Yeah.
Sad it was in a slightly lower resolution than I would have intended, but maybe you can switch your camera back on, Paul, and we'll have a look at the next one on my end.
Yep, I'm looking. There you go. I'm just slow. There you go.
So we've got, for this one, the team's called Try Chess. Or the project is, anyway. I don't think the team name is really Try Chess, but that's okay. A variant of chess, but with a triangular grid instead of a square one. And where pieces move on the diagonals, and there's even a try board with 3 players at the same time.
Wow.
And this is an established board. You can buy this, like a physical version of this, in the store.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
But it is quite thematic, and it's good looking. It's very nice aesthetically put together.
Yeah, I like how they did the background to keep in with the theme.
Mm-hmm. And you've got wow, the movement patterns of all the different characters here displayed in green. It's very cool. It creates almost these like fractal like designs when you put it on a board like that. And
having the graphical cues as to where you can move is pretty nice.
Yeah. I've implemented a game of chess myself, and it's not trivial. I mean, it's not hard either, because it has a very well-defined set of rules, but at the same time, it's not a beginner task, because you do have to define a lot of sort of you have to be kind of object-oriented about it, or else it's going to turn into a huge mess. You've got all of these different types of players or pieces, so that you need to have some concept of a piece, and that piece has to adhere to a certain movement rule set, and you know, some pieces can interact in special ways, like castling, which is where the rook and the king can switch places in certain conditions, and en passant, for instance, where the pawn can take pieces even though it normally wouldn't have been able to if it's positioned in the right way. So there are all these little rules that you have to implement, and in order to do a proper full implementation of chess, I think it does actually take a pretty organized and object-oriented approach, or else it quickly turns into a complete mess. That's my experience anyway. Have you ever made a chess implementation, Paul?
In grad school for like the AI class, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. It's been a while since I think I did it in C++, back long before I even started doing Python.
Yeah.
Right, so here we've got main menu where you can play 2-player or 3-player. So I'll just start with 2-player and kill their king to win. So we've got the movement patterns.
Out of interest,
Yeah.
I know we're not looking at code here, but did they implement the chess logic themselves, or did they find some library to do it?
So that's a very good question. We can take a really quick
I think
peek at that.
they might be in the chat. I think they're in the chat, so if you're in the chat, please answer. Thank you.
From a really quick
I don't
peek
see
at the
their
code.
program. Yeah, I don't see that they have another library imported to do that logic.
Yeah, exactly. Same here. I can't see that it would be anything except for their code handling it.
Oh yeah, they've said themselves. Yeah, wow, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, and they've got a class for each piece, and it has a nice object-oriented. So we're not evaluating the code, but it was a good question anyway. So I'm moving both pieces, of course, and we've got little sound effects that work fairly well. I'm having some trouble. So that would be the queen, right? Let's just play in an absolutely... Oh, this is the king, I suppose. I'm just walking the king right out of the...
Yeah, so the author says the rules are very different from a regular square grid. Yeah, which makes sense, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never played on a grid like this, so I wouldn't know how to play. And it's very confusing. But, black, of course. So,
it would be nice to have some sort of display off to the side to see what pieces have been taken on each side.
That would be cool. You can skip turns. I'm gonna switch to the 3-player one, I guess. A lot of bold colors. And I like that not only is the theme, you've got the obvious, okay, we've got 3-player chess here, so that's a 3. We've got triangles everywhere, which is another 3. But the background also is made out of these like...
little tessellated stuff.
Yeah. So there's a lot of use of triangles and hexagonal patterns and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool how aesthetically thematic this game is, at least. Even the menus, the little buttons here are composed out of triangles. I guess there's a limit to how long we should be playing chess. But it looks like a full implementation of the rule set. I'm not going to test crazy stuff, but I want to try one thing. Okay, so see if I can... I'm just curious if... okay. I'd be very impressed, and I probably will not be. Okay, let's see. I'm having some trouble conceptualizing where things would be able to move, but I can move this. So the question is now whether I could, if it would be possible to do a castling, but it doesn't look like it. I guess maybe I need to move this too. I'm not sure how castling would work in this type of chess either. Why is there a knight in the middle of... Yeah, so probably not. But okay. Anyway, I think that's enough chess for now. I guess if I had to fault them for something, it would be that they didn't come up with an original game concept. They implemented chess. But I think that's a valid way to approach it as well, especially when it's chess with a twist.
Yeah.
And And like I said, it's quite a lot of work to implement a full chess game, especially with a twist. And it looks good.
And it's a
And
one-person team.
Did they do their own graphics too? Did you say?
Yeah, I think so.
That was a fair bit of graphics.
Well, there are some assets here.
So castling isn't implemented, and you were selecting the queen. So that was yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was the queen. So yeah,
That's
that
what I
makes
think
sense. The
in
queen,
chat, yeah.
the king is over. Well, okay, fair enough. It's hard to make sense of the board when you're used to squares. Cool. My lack of chess skills is showing.
I'm not sure if you had chess skills, if they would apply very well to this or not.
Yeah. Well, I'm terrible at chess anyway. We've got one more team to look at. That is Ziyos, I think. Ziyos. That's yours, Paul.
Just on the chess assets, the sound effect and background was found online. The button UI board and the pieces were made.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, those were the most impressive parts anyway.
Good to know. Okay, so this one, we have like a whole story to this game. I need to pull it up here again. There we go. So basically a story of 3, 3, and 3, completely different threes, I guess.
Yeah.
Not actually sure what different characters you're using for that. Like Greek for one, and I don't know what the other. Anyway, so you got 3 different planets going around, and you've got different elements. The elements of alchemy and different classes of combatant, and they all want to destroy each other. And if one is destroyed, the world is going to be incomplete. And fabricate the 3rd periodic element, lithium. So it's valuable. And each planet is working to detect how far the nearest source is, but they can't find it because they can't work together. So this, over time, ages them. Well, it's like you have to figure out where that is and triangulate and click on the right spot. You can bring the lithium home if you wish, but if the plans survive, they will guide you towards more. Oh, okay. How much you reserve for home versus how much you use on them is up to you. Collect lithium, heal wounded planets, and leave when all is lost.
Right. We have.
All right.
I think it makes more sense when you actually play it. I tried this one earlier, and I didn't understand the README at all, but I understood the game intuitively when I was playing it, I guess.
Some info on the game. It's pronounced Ziyos, and the 3 characters are Z, Yo, and S. I guess it's guess. But, yeah, so they picked a complex name.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Makuzu and Missing Fragment working on this, it looks like.
Yeah.
I really like the little planet icon. Paul is playing it there.
Coin?
The coins, yeah, they do look like coins. I agree. It's a little hard to make out what's happening on Paul's screen, I think. But so I think I'll probably fire it up myself here, so that you guys can have a better view. And it starts with a lot of like information being shown on the screen. Sort of a tutorial, an in-game bit of onboarding. And you see these lines coming up, and you're supposed to find the intersection between those lines and click on it. And then you can click on one of the planets to heal it.
Where did they come up with this concept? It's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty outlandish, actually. I'm impressed how creative this is.
I'm out of lithium. Not bad.
Makasu has replied, nah, I just commissioned them. Sorry, was that a question on the assets?
The assets are pretty good. And they have a audio slider in the bottom right. So I guess
Is that what it is? Nice.
And it's still, even after I've been playing it now for well over a minute or two, it's still showing text to sort of explain what's happening.
Yeah, that would be nice to have that go away.
Yeah, it's a little much. I guess. Oh, now it seems like it started over and actually.
It'd be neat to have a little bit of visual feedback when you manage to click correctly.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Some sort of little box or animation.
I guess. Okay. So, but does it start completely from scratch after you abscond? Is the
Yeah, it
purpose
kind of
just-
looks like it. Like, I don't know if it feels like it should keep a running total or something.
Yeah, something like that, maybe.
Makasu said the text didn't start over.
Didn't it? It just keeps going. It's very long.
Yeah, they said they put a lot of work into the text.
Well, it starts over when you abscond, right?
So abscond just skips the tutorial. What? It skips the no, that's wrong. Yeah, I'm failing to understand what all the things do.
Yeah, because like if I abscond, I get that back arrow thing, and then when I press that, it starts over as if from the beginning.
Yeah.
So I suppose that the goal of the game is to try to abscond with the highest lithium count possible.
But then it should like keep track of that somewhere so that you can see it,
Yeah.
even if you do start over again. Because as soon as you hit that, then you're like, it's gone.
So the text is intentionally distracting because you're supposed to feel a sense of security when you have a lot of lithium, which makes you read the text out of curiosity, which makes you lose focus, and then you lose your lithium.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Yeah, that's interesting.
When you abscond, the game restarts with the tutorial in play.
Okay. Well,
I like the concept in that it's a unique concept that I had seen before, and I enjoy some of the graphics on it. I think it would have been a little bit cooler if we'd actually like stuck some world graphics, planet graphics, rather than coins in there.
yeah, the coins look a little weird. They could have been 3 distinct planets or something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I really like the concept as well. It's very novel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really appreciate the uniqueness when people come up with games that I have not seen before.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a relatively decent looking game, and a huge and the tutorial shows lots of background story and
Yes.
introducing the characters. It's pretty cool. I like that. It seems like they put a lot of time into this, the plot of this game.
Story aspect.
And I don't think a lot of people did that for this game jam. So that sets them apart a little bit in that sense.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, I think that was actually the last of the 10 finalists that we were supposed to look at. What we could try to do then is to bring some of the game jammers into the conversation here, into this Discord
Yeah, we've got
group.
a few of them lined up.
All right, should we
Bring them in all at once?
maybe we should do one at a time?
Sure.
We could
Okay,
bring them
well,
in
we'll
all at
start
once, I
out
guess.
with-
But, I'm also curious to know what chat thinks. What's the chat favorite out of the 10 we've seen so far, and why?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us a little about that in the chat?
Okay. I'll add one of the members now. Then.
Who are you adding?
This is Cold Ember from Score AAA, which was the kind of the keyboard one with the parallax background.
Right. Yeah, the parallax background one. Yeah, I love that one.
This will mess up the cameras potentially.
Yeah, I had a thought about that. That maybe I can just. Does that user have a camera? Can we put him?
Something is loading.
So what I could do is a little bit crazy, but
Hello.
hey there.
Hello, Cold
Well,
Ember.
welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, my webcam doesn't work. Sorry, I forgot this detail.
That's okay. That's fine. It's fine with just the voice.
Yeah.
All right.
So, how'd you enjoy the game jam?
It was really nice. It's my first game jam. It was a good experience. I tried to limit the game as small as possible because I know I would never finish something if I wanted to
Yeah, that's
to do
smart.
something big. So, and I think the team helped a bit since it was free of a kind. It was a bit. It pushed me to do it small. So it was really nice. Like
Did you have a hard
having a
time coming
project.
up with the concept that you went with?
Yeah, at first, yeah. I had this great idea of doing like a roguelike pixel something. And then there was a team, I think, first at the Lost Viking, and then I thought of a game with just 3 keys. I think it was my main idea, and then I iterate like this. I was thinking of a runner, and then rhythmic games, this kind of thing.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, you should be proud of what you came up with there.
Thank you.
And you were alone, right?
Yes.
Was that by choice? Did you want to be in a team?
I think it would be cool to be in a team, but I didn't know if I was to participate at the moment because I was between 2 jobs. I was leaving a job and taking a new one. I didn't know how much I would work. And in the end, I just registered alone to not be a burden to anyone in case I could not make it.
So that's interesting.
yeah.
That's a nice. I didn't never really considered that would go into the consideration like that, but that makes a lot of sense. And people might not be willing to sign up with a team just in case they wouldn't be able to make it. We got a lot of people who signed up who never ended up finishing. And so it's possible that a lot of people thought the same as you and then ended up not submitting anything in the end because they couldn't make the time commitment or something. and 60%
Yeah.
of everyone who signed up solo, like you did. So the majority of the users did. But if you do want to try working in a team, make sure to check out the code jam that we run twice a year. There's one that will be running in July or so. We'll be releasing some information about it in June. And in the code jam, you have to work in a team. And you don't get to choose your own team. We will put you together with some random strangers that you've never met before and see how you do. That's an interesting
That's
challenge.
nice. I will definitely check it out.
Yeah, I would love to have you. Do you have any questions for us or feedback for how the event was run and that kind of a thing?
No, it was really fine for me. I just wanted to thank Paul for Arcade because I think it's a really fun framework. I just really love how you just have some things that run with just a few lines of code. You don't have to learn 3 or 4 tutorials to get just a button working. You just copy paste the example and tinker it and you have something. I think it's really amazing.
Paul,
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh,
Am I still muted?
No, you're good.
No, okay. I was there for a second. Yeah, no, that's really good to hear. That's really what I want people to feel, is that it's easy to get started and enjoy the programming aspect.
Yep. Thank you.
You got any questions,
Sweet.
Paul, for our contestant here? Before we let him go.
No, not offhand, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to ask.
All right. Joseph, want to bring in someone else?
Sure. Thanks
so
Colin,
much for
Yeah.
letting us have a chat with you there.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
thanks for participating in the event. We really love having you.
Yeah. See you.
See you.
Bye.
Next up, Fire.
I feel like we're at a radio station taking callers.
It is like that, yeah. Hello, Fire.
Unfortunately, I do not have a webcam.
That's
That is
okay.
fine.
You're a little low on my end.
Let's see. Is that a little better?
Yeah, I'll turn you up on my side as well. Try now. Yep. Hey, dude.
What's up?
Not much, just streaming. How you were in a little bit of a unique situation because you joined the jam back when you were just a helper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then
but now I'm a moderator.
Then we went and promoted you to moderator, and technically speaking, moderators aren't supposed to be part of the events. It's one of the downsides of being on the staff.
Mm-hmm.
But we made an exception since you had already signed up at that point. So, what was your project again?
It was the Monkeys and Frogs on Fire is a dungeon with the 3 wizards.
With the wizards, yeah.
Yeah.
And how did you find working with the arcade framework?
It was actually really enjoyable to work with it. The only thing I found a little difficult was the GUI part. I spent a lot of time with that, and I had to end up making a lot of my own GUI stuff.
So you mean the
It's really
cards
great, though.
sliding onto the screen and that part of the GUI then?
Yeah, but also the text input and that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's not much there for that.
Yeah.
Okay. No, but that makes sense. I guess that's one of Arcade's weak spots. The GUI.
Yeah, that it needs some improvement in the UI area.
Do you have any issues open and like plans for how to implement it that potential contributors could get started working on?
The alpha version has gotten kind of a start into a hierarchy of items, but mostly just dealing with buttons. What I would really like to see, that I'm hoping, is that I can come up with some sort of idea on working with panels before I get too far into the GUI aspect, because I would like to be able to put GUI elements on a panel and move them around. And I don't want to get too far into putting together a framework without knowing how to support that, such that it won't, toss everything once I figure out how to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah, the GUI help is, and that's one where I kind of learned from last time. I've got to make sure that I understand whatever code is put in there, so that it can end up being maintained. But I need to take a look because, I think a couple people did text input box, or just you actually maybe did the text input box. I'm not sure, but anyway, I don't have anything for that, but some definitely decent work was done at putting together a text input box.
Yeah. Afire, you decided you guys made a whole server in addition to the game for the high score system, it seemed. Can you talk about that? Like, why did you decide to do that? And do you regret it, or do you think it was a good choice?
So implementing the server was not actually that difficult because I used another library. I was planning and actually working on getting multiplayer support, but I wasted some time on that, maybe 2 days on that, and then I realized we didn't have enough time, so I just dropped that and started working on something else. Yeah.
Now, your game turned out pretty good, so don't get me wrong here, but do you think that multiplayer perhaps is a little ambitious for a 10-day jam?
It was really ambitious, I agree with that, yeah.
So if you could go back, would you do that again? Or maybe focus on core features before you do a multiplayer implementation?
Yeah, I'd probably focus on more of the core game aspect and everything like that.
So say you had those 2 days back and you could put them into developing the core game further. What would you do?
Probably improving the map generation along with collision detection, maybe, because as Joe said, the character could go outside the map by being shot by other enemies, and occasionally but rarely you could spawn in a closed off section of the map, so you couldn't get access to the rest of the map.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this whole cellular thing is difficult if you want to make sure that you have access to everything.
Yeah.
Sounds like an interesting problem to solve, though.
Yeah, I think that gets into some pathfinding. I haven't done it myself, but I think that gets into some pathfinding and whatnot to make sure that everything has access to every other part of the map.
Precisely, yeah. Did you pick up any new skills while you were working on this? Anything that you're happy that you got to learn during the jam?
Yeah, I actually picked up a little bit of NumPy, which I never used before.
Cool.
A lot more experience with Arcade, which is great.
Are you going to use Arcade for something else?
Yeah. I'm actually working on a little maybe wrapper for Arcade. It's like it has GUI stuff in it.
Oh, maybe you should work with Paul and see if you can get that GUI stuff into Arcade instead.
Possibly, yeah. It's really new, yeah. Just not mature yet, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes to putting together a GUI.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. All right. Well, that's excellent. Do you have any questions for us while you're here, Fire? Anything from Paul?
No, I don't think so. It's all good.
All right. Joe, Paul, you guys got anything more for Fire before we let him go?
I like the little implementations of the pop-up cards, and the game had with the different types of wizards. I thought that was really well done.
Thank you.
I really like the cards too. It was one of the smoothest graphical elements that we saw the whole thing, I think. It just worked so well. I was like straight out of a real release, I would say. So nice work on that. And it's funny that that was maybe one of the components that gave you the most trouble, or like one of that and the text input and the stuff. That it ended up so good, in spite of the support being a little marginal.
Yeah.
It's interesting. All right. Well, thanks for that, Fire. Did we have a third person to bring on, Joseph?
Yeah, we had Makasu to bring on.
Makazu.
All right.
Okay. All
See
right.
ya. Thank you.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks, Fight.
Yeah, that'd be
Should be
interesting. He was the one who made the that game with the planets, Paul.
Yeah.
Hey there.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, he's got.
Hello,
a
somebody has a
camera, so
webcam.
I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
pull that camera up on the screen. Just a second. Nice of you to join us.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Let's see. Oh. It's going to be a little messy for you guys watching. I don't have time to make a perfect frame for it or whatever, but I think we'll just put you up here, and then that'll do for now. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Your project was very interesting, very different.
No, thank you. I tried to spend the first day or two just coming up with the project and doing no code. I worked a lot on just thinking about what the number 3 could mean that no one else is going to think of. And I ended up looking up the Wikipedia page for 3 and like going through it.
Was that a good
Yeah, one
help?
of the things it said. What was that?
Well, yeah, no, go on.
One of the things it brought up was like you need 3 stations to do triangulation, and I thought, interesting, is that something I could do? Can I triangulate with like 2 other people or something? And it just like evolved into the eventual idea, which I thought like, this is really cool. I don't think it's been done before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I hadn't seen anything like it before.
I don't think even in like outside of the code jam sphere, I don't think I can think of a single game that really does much with triangulation, but it's a very interesting topic. So I think that was a great choice for you to go for something like that.
Thank you.
And we've said in our evaluation that we're going to put a lot of weight on how thematic the project was, and how well it sort of like the novelty factor and the creativity that went into making it. And you're definitely scoring really high on those.
Yeah, thank you.
So what kind of challenges did you run into with this then?
There were a few. So when I started off, I actually finished the game really early. And I say finished, I mean the game was working at a minimal level.
Yeah.
And I knew I could... This was like less than 4 days in or something. And I knew I could add... I could polish things up, which I also did. But I also knew it was kind of dull as it was. If you could just think of the game as it was, where it's just the 3 planets attacking each other and triangulating, it's fun, but it didn't really have anything to it. And I didn't know what to do for a while. And I tried to think of like games that I liked and what I could add. And I thought of things like the Stanley Parable or the Beginner's Guide, stuff where it's a very simple game, but they add a part of themselves to it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was wondering, like, how could I do that? And I thought, like, I'll put in this story, and I want it to be cool in some way. So I sort of integrated a lot of ideas into it. A lot of it is focused around the idea of like 3 things. A lot of it is focused around, some of it's focused around like game development in my life. But what eventually happened was I wanted the text to distract the person playing, because it's easy to ignore the text. It's totally easy to just keep clicking on the triangulation circles and then healing things. But if you're doing really well, you're going to get bored, and you will notice the text moving and your eyes are drawn to it. So I wanted that to take them off guard. I wanted it to be like something to keep the difficulty up while being interesting. I think it sort of worked, yeah.
That's very unique way to approach game design, to sort of like an attempt to do a long con of the player and like
Oh yeah.
try to trick them into losing with these like psychological little
Yeah.
that's I've never really been, but I it works. It definitely is distracting, and after a while you just want the text to go away. But I'm
Somehow
not
it's
sure
a good
that
thing, I guess.
well,
Yeah, no,
like
it's an issue.
you have to. So it works in the way that you intended it, but on the other hand, you have to consider whether that makes for a better or a worse game experience. And I
You
don't
could
have
just
the
make
answer
it
here now.
more obvious, like have it float over the intersection. Hey, is this text bothering you?
Yeah, and that would really be like breaking the fourth wall in Stanley terrible way,
Interesting.
right?
I like that.
I think Stanley does make it really obvious that it's like designed to fuck with you. It's a really good example of how to do that, I think. So yeah, I actually agree with Paul 100% there.
Pay money to block these ads.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a great example of like when you design something, you don't see the flaws in it. So I'm thinking this is really cool. People are going to love this. And then like, this is annoying. I didn't see that coming, which I'm not bothered by. It's just like, oh, I should have seen that coming and I should have done something to work on it. But you just don't see it when you're designing it.
Yeah. But then again, I don't think it would take a lot of polish or changes in order to make it work. It's an
No, I loved your guys' ideas. I should have added those.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's cool. Right. What do you think of Arcade?
I think Arcade is really good. I think it could use some maybe polish, or it could use like it's very good. It's already better than Pygame in my opinion. There are some things that are just a bit annoying, like in the documentation and stuff, but it's not difficult to fix. And I think it's not something that needs to be fixed now because it's in such rapid development. I don't mind where it is now. And I think in a few years, maybe like most of the problems that people are bringing up are going to be fixed. I don't think that's an issue at all. So I like where it is.
Have you considered making some contributions to the documentation parts that annoyed you?
I did. I actually submitted some issues. I didn't make any PRs because it was during the game jam.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I might do that. Yeah.
I'm sure Paul would welcome it.
Yeah, that would be a bit particularly, well, just like you say, when you're writing the documentation, you don't necessarily see the limitations of the documentation until somebody else who's completely unfamiliar with it takes a look at it, and then they're like, oh, that totally doesn't make any sense, or you didn't explain this at all, or okay, now I'm stuck.
Yeah.
That's when we do, so we have a bunch of onboarding documentation at Python Discord for like people who join the staff or new contributors and so on, or people who want to set up our projects, and documentation explaining how to install the bot and get it running and so on. And it's full of problems that only get discovered when someone tries to actually use it, and we can't anticipate those. So I always try to push, like any new contributor, the first thing I say is, if you see anything that annoys you about our documentation, please make a request for us to change it immediately before you forget it. Like, I want that annoyance. I want to take that and turn it into something productive. I think the best people to change documentation are the people who are using it.
Yes.
The people who wrote the framework,
There was that month where you guys were, I forget what you were offering, if it was a prize or something, but you were encouraging a lot of PRs to like all the Python Discord projects.
Yeah, that was during Hacktoberfest.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we did a huge run, and we ended up getting 128 pull requests in 1 month or something like that.
Wow.
Oh, nice. Sounds like a lot of work though.
But the problem was that it ended up burning out a lot of the staffers who had to review these hundreds of PRs. Like, it was just way too much. We couldn't handle that amount. We don't have enough reviewers. So it was like 6-7 people who sat down and went through all 100 plus PRs. And in the end, people just hated it. So I don't know if it was worth it to, the staff morale never really recovered. So I don't think I would do it again.
You wouldn't? Okay.
We will do a Hacktoberfest thing this year as well in October, but this time it's going to be a little different, and we're going to pretty much encourage people to make their contributions, maybe to major Python frameworks, maybe like Arcade or like Django or Flask, or like these things that really need the contributions and which have the staff prepared to receive them as well.
Spread it out.
Still, it'll obviously be possible to contribute to us during Hacktoberfest, but we won't be like offering a T-shirt and prices and try to get as many pull requests as possible, because that was a little overwhelming. But interesting that you should bring it up, though. Yeah. So that's cool. We're running a little over the budgeted time for this, and it's possible that we should take a little break and figure out who won this thing. Do you have any last questions for me or Paul or for Joseph, Magazu?
I think I'm good. Thank you, though. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, no, it's our pleasure. Thanks for being on the stream. That's excellent. And thanks for the project that you made. Very interesting.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, okay.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. All right. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's take a couple minutes. I'm thinking more like 15, 20. 15 seems about right. And then we can come back at past and see if we can have a winner ready by then. Usually we take half an hour, maybe 15's a little short. What do you think? Think we can do it in 15?
I don't know.
Let's do it in 20.
Right. So we'll be back in around 15, 20 minutes. And I'll put the stream on break, and then we'll make sure to ping the Game Jam participants' role in the server when we're about to announce the winner, so that you guys can be there for that. So I'll see you guys soon. The soul is for sale, so that it may find rest. Does it hurt? We belong in the fire. If truly we are brothers in arms, we know better than the liars. Thrown up, falls down at the end of the day. The higher your objective, the longer the fall. revelation. Maybe this one gets me again. Maybe this one's not pretend. In the end, waited, double mentage, all my sins forgiven, all my debts repaid. For all that I know, it's too late. Like fire in the wind, slips the life through his hands, and now he understands. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Always searching for answers, never sleeping if he could stay awake. His only fortune is the one that he made. Pray for a revelation. Now the search is over, nothing left to chase. Now he's finally found his rightful place. Like fire in the wind, face the light from your eyes, meeting your demise. Take me to my maker, I have met your demand. Or have I wasted my chance? Honest for all here. If I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. If I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. If I wasn't honest now, I wasn't all wrong. If I wasn't honest now, I wasn't as strong. Now if I'm being honest, everything that I've learned, for better or worse, all those bridges have burned. If said and done, even if I'd known I would never have run. It wasn't you and me, just you and them. Not one, not two, not 5 or 10. You chose to fall, but in the end I'll play the fool, so let's pretend that I could do it all again. I changed the past and now I'm being honest. For all now, if I'm being completely honest, I spent years with you in my head, and now I'm losing track. Wish I could get them back, wish I could undo the past. But if I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. Now if I'm being completely honest, I regret everything that I said. Wish I could try again, wish I had known it then, wish I could undo the past. But if I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. And if I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. And if I'm being honest now, it wouldn't have worked. For all here. Funeral, funeral out there in space. Cubes are bearing all over your face. Some sort of rare skin condition puts you in the right position to exceed the speed of light. She was a boy with a poker face hand. She laid down the law of the land, declared a war on 1984. Tournament, tournament, Rubik's Cube death match. Why did you expect her to lose? This was no bicycle race. They drowned as whiskey poured forth from her face. Another funeral in space. She was a boy with a poker face head, and she wasn't hard to understand. Declared war on 1984. She was a boy with a poker face hand. She would destroy all of Japan. Declared war on 1984.
This is a major element in our international scientific program. Now, we look to the future, to the new challenges and the continuing opportunities in that limitless laboratory, space.
Bought a bed for my baby. Didn't have to buy a baby for my bed, 'cause that's not how that works. But maybe I jumped the gun. Should've paid the rent instead. Now I've been evicted, and the bed is out on the street. That bed cost a fortune, but at least I got the baby for free. It's just me and my baby, and the bed that ruined me. Tried to find a place to couch surf. They wouldn't let me bring the bed, 'cause that's not how that works. Got 40 cans of baby food, but I'm running really low on bread. As soon as I get paid again, find us a new place to stay. As long as we don't starve before I do, we'll look back at this and laugh about it someday. Might be bad with my money, but we always find a way. I'm a silent silhouette, a jagged beating heart, lit up only by a cigarette. Reckless piece of art to leave you awestruck and starry-eyed, like a whisper in your ear. Beneath the robe, a broken bride I'll make it disappear from a screen in the snow by a flickering light. If black was a feeling, well then I'd be the night. From a screen in the snow by a flickering light. And if black was a feeling, well then I'd be the night. And we are back on the stream. Let's make sure we've got everyone. I think the audio should be working this time and everything.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, looks promising. Yeah, this was difficult, huh? I had a hard time with selecting between these three. These the finding our top from these 10 projects that we've looked at.
They had very different strengths.
They do, yeah. And that's often the case in the game jams and the code jams that I've been involved in. It's just that you get these extremely different, that the game sort of represents something about the person who was involved in making them. There's a lot of expression there. And it's hard to say what's better than the other, but we have a few criteria that that we've been using when doing this evaluation to try to keep it a little bit objective insofar as you can. You really can't, but you know, like in an attempt to do that. And we have written up the criteria on our website. You can see them right here. And the 4 factors that we've been considering in the time we've been away now is the creativity and novelty factor. So like, how different and unique is this thing? Is it a genuinely good idea? Would this idea maybe have been good enough to be turned into a real game that people would play? Like, is it interesting enough? Or is it just a thing that you've seen 100 times before that, you know, like, right, there's a difference between something truly unique. Novelty can be enough sometimes, even with a bad game, to gain some level of like interest from players. And then we look at the execution. So is it fun? Is it easy to play? Does it have good user experience, good sound effects, good graphics, that kind of thing? Does it perform well, or is it choppy? And then we look at the theme. And there were a lot of really interesting takes on our theme. The theme this time was 3 of a kind. And we had a lot of people who deeply integrated this 3 of a kindness into the very core of their game idea. So So a lot of people had really strong submissions on theme adherence, which is really nice to see. There's really only one or two of the projects that weren't very strong candidates for the theme adherence. And then we look at the documentation. So that's that README that you can find in the project folders. Some of the READMEs were really nice. They had images to illustrate. Some of them even had animated GIFs, installation instructions, setup instructions, maybe a story for the game, that kind of stuff. And we love to see a really good README to present the game. That's sort of your way of selling the game to the players and to the judges in this case. And there's a tiny sort of it's not really a criteria, but we do consider the team size a little bit. So if you were a one-man team, you get a little bit of an extra advantage over a big team of 3 people. We expect more out of a big team than out of a solo developer in the same amount of time, obviously. So that's what we've been taking into account when trying to figure out who our winner is here. Yeah. It was a tough process, right, Paul?
Yes, it was.
And before we give you our top 3, because we've narrowed it down to a winner and 2 runners up, we want to mention 2 of the projects that did not make it to the top 3, but that nevertheless warrants a mention. Call it an honorable mention or whatever. They were excellent projects that we, in the end, there were some stronger projects, but they were really, really interesting in their own right. So first of all, maybe you can talk about this one, Paul, the Hatchlings project.
I particularly liked the aspect of the Hatchlings project in that it didn't do what I would consider to be a standard arcade game, and I really appreciate projects that appeal to a different set of gamers that aren't necessarily the how fast can I jump, how quick can I do this type of thing, but to appeal to a wider base of individuals to get them interested in programming and this type of work. So I just liked, the fact that it was not the standard arcade that everything in, arcade kind of pushes towards, but the whole Tamagotchi type of Pat. I really like that.
Yeah. It scored really high in the novelty factor there, doing something that nobody else was doing. And also this, the README that was provided here is exceptionally good.
Yes.
It has a background for what the project is, how to install it and run it, with screenshots to explain exactly how to play and illustrate each of the situations that you need to be equipped to deal with, how you should solve the various problems when they occur, and visual cues to look for, like when the hatchling is sick or when they need cleaning up. And it even keeps going to growth charts for all the different forms that the hatchlings can have, where they built it with the the sources that they used. And here it's even the assets were created by the author, but she credits the tools that she used to create them, which I think is exceptionally going above and beyond what we expect out of a README. And even linking an episode of Talk Python to me with Paul. So phenomenal work on the README. Probably the best README that we saw out of all the 23 projects. So super nice work on that. But did not make the top 3. Barely made it, but not quite. Then one more project that we want to mention before we move on to the winners is the project by Artemis. And you want to talk about that a little bit, Joe?
Yes, so it was a super cool project, especially like you could see it on the screen now, the animated introduction and stuff. And there was a lot of novelty features, like there was achievements in there. There was an attempt at multiplayer in there, but I think we ran out of time. It was a solid game concept. The only thing that was lacking was the main gameplay, in that there was some lag and there was no kind of progressive difficulty. It kind of remained the same, and you didn't have to take many risks to get far on in the game. But as for the game, it was a really nicely designed game, especially like the home screen where you used all the fonts from Ubuntu and stuff. It was probably the game that described best how to play the game inside the actual game. It had documentation on board, which was a really nice thing to have.
That's definitely a form of documentation too, is to have like onboarding and tutorials in the game itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, when you start up, it was just there, and it was animated. It had all sorts of text stuff.
It was gorgeous. Cool. And even having that tutorial animated in this README is another really cool way to leverage. It's almost like adhering to the don't repeat yourself principle. He's created this tutorial, and now he's got it both in his game and in his README. It's excellent. It's one of the most eye-catching things about this project as well. And it looks good, but it didn't play as well as I wish it had. I think with a little bit more polish, it could have been a really fun game. But the user experience just isn't quite there.
A whole lot of these games, like an extra day, would have been really amazing.
Yeah, I would have loved to see what an extra day could have done to some of these. So it's fantastic work, Artemis, and congratulations on making it to the finals. Not quite to the win. So we've got 3 projects that did make it all the way to the end. We've got 1 winner and 2 runners-up. The third place for the Game Jam is a project by the team Monkeys and Frogs on Fire. And we had a game where it was sort of like a top-down, what do they call it? Twin stick shooter type of game where you control the where to shoot with your mouse and the character with your keyboard. And then you could switch then between these 3 wizards at will. You could like pause the game and go down and switch to another wizard. And each wizard had a unique power-up. So the blue one could freeze time for a bit. The red one had this area of effect, stomp, that would kill everything near it. And so we've got, it's very thematic with the 3 wizards and the 3 hearts even for the life. And it also went... and did some additional stuff that nobody else did, like a high score system that was able to talk to a server that would run and keep track of points. And there was an attempt at even making a multiplayer available that never really made it. But like Paul says, just one more day, and maybe that multiplayer would have seen the light of day. So really, really impressive in terms of scope, probably out of the 3 that made it almost all the way to the top. This is probably the biggest scope for like just in the raw amount of code and content. And also had a phenomenal README. It looked good. It sounded good. So a really, really strong submission on every count.
I think not enough people understand the importance of a README, because like if you can't get somebody interested in your project through the README, they're just not going to go to that next step.
Yep. That's one of the reasons why we've sort of added it as a judging criteria as well, and put a lot of weight on it. Made it extremely clear to the participants that they need to provide us with proper documentation, because I think it's a good life skill. Like if you're ever really going to release anything real, you should be good at the README thing. You can't just discard it as a frivolity. It's important. So But yeah, so that was an excellent. So congratulations to Monkeys and Frogs on Fire on a third place. That's still a pretty good win. We'll get in touch with you if we haven't really figured out how we're going to do about prices for runners up yet, but we'll get in touch with you with some information about that soon. Joe, you here?
I am.
Yeah.
My camera's returned.
Good. So our second place, do you want to introduce them?
This is Gamer's Gang, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a really nice game. Looking through it, they had physics, which was something that very few other teams had implemented. They had lots of level design. In fact, in the Game Jam channel in the Discord server, they've actually attached a video of one of their level 5s, furthest level on. And it was a really interesting game with the physics. The level design was beautiful and stuff. They used tiles, maps, there's all sorts of stuff to create this game, and it certainly scored pretty high on the kind of creativity novelty factor, because it obviously it was one of the only games to implement physics and stuff. But at the same time, it was lacking in documentation and stuff. The README was just an unstyled text file, so it was quite hard to figure out some things. But overall, it was a really nice game to play, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. It feels good to play. It's fun. It has a little bit of performance issues with some of the stuff we saw in a bunch of the others. The sprite kind of gets stuck on items here and there, and the documentation was a bit lacking. But a gorgeous game. One of the better looking ones in the entire jam, with some truly excellent uses of this mechanic that they've introduced, where you can split up and then achieve something and go back and fetch your pals. It's really well done. And bees. I hate bees. So excellent work on that, and congratulations on second place in the Game Jam to you guys. And that, I guess, brings us to the final and winning submission. This was a submission where we felt that all of the judging criteria were really well encompassed. So we had, again, a very high novelty factor, doing something quite unique. It had excellent execution and looked good and was polished, and it was fun to play. Genuinely excellent and fun experience. Probably one of the games I enjoyed the most out of the ones I played. The README was very, very good, and not quite maybe at the same level as the Hatchlings README, but pretty much right up there with the best that we saw. And this was a solo team, so they get an extra point for just being one person instead of having a huge team to work on this and still being able then to compete with the big boys. So really, really impressive. So I guess then it's time for a drum roll. The winner of the 2020 Python Discord Game Jam is Score AAA with its I don't know what was the game called. I will bring it up in a second so you guys can look at it. 3 Keys on the Run was the name of the project. So
These were phenomenal graphics.
Yes. The parallax scrolling in the background, the characters themselves, and all of this was made by the solo developer who worked on this.
The animation of the characters.
absolutely phenomenal. I will bring that up right now, and then we can play it a little bit and have a look at all the stuff that we liked about it. It was, yeah. Let's see. Here we go. You've got this startup page here with extra instructions for French keyboards, and you can see the scrolling effect in the background, which looks really good. Oh, I'm playing it wrong. A nice little Easter egg that he put a bunch of staff members in the high score by default.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the characters are shaped like the letters that you have to press in order to control them. It's so
It just makes sense.
Yeah, it's completely intuitive. You could say that that's a form of documentation too, is when you make user experience so good that it just makes intuitive sense. It almost self-documents. Oh, this is hard. This is a very challenging game, and it gets harder and harder the longer you go. So actually achieving a score that would beat the one that I've got by default here is going to be challenging. But I'm inclined to give it a try because I really enjoy this game. I think it's super fun. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, it was the graphics on this game were wonderful. The parallax effect is again something that wasn't seen in any of the games, which was something we were looking for through judging. We wanted something that was unique to the game, and this was something. The graphics were different to everything else, and the character design and the animations were just fantastic. Like it was the one developer making all this in a week was very impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely
really good game.
Phenomenal work in that time. Oh, damn,
The thing that I like about this game is that you took like what would be a fairly simple game mechanic gameplay and then just kept iterating on it until it looked better and better and worked better over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think managing the scope of a game jam project like that is a really key skill to walking away with the win. A single mechanic. So the other ones out of the three we mentioned now as our top three, they had more content. The Monkeys on Fire one had written a whole web server in addition. They had the high score system. They had all sorts of interesting problems that they solved, several levels and characters, and then for the other game, the Gamer Gangs one, they implemented a lot of levels that made good use of the mechanics in the game. So level design and stuff there. So there was a lot more content, but here you really have this one basic idea, this one mechanic that's just taken to a point of perfection. And I think that's a really good approach for if you only have 10 days, then you should just laser focus on one really interesting thing, one good idea, and just make it as good as it could possibly be. So fantastic work. And yeah, so with that done, I suppose that's bringing us to the end of this stream. It's been an honor to have you on with us, Paul. It's been a great pleasure. I really enjoyed the time.
So it's been so cool to have so many people using the library as part of this game jam. I'm really happy that people took the time to use the library, and yeah, it's been great to be a part of this.
Yeah, we look forward to having you around the community, and I'm sure we'll be running lots of interesting events in the future, and that people might be able to find you over in the Game Dev topical channel now and then.
Yep,
perhaps.
I will hang out there.
Hopefully we can keep helping you maybe find some good contributors towards making arcade even better than it is today, because that's always really nice if we can help try to motivate people to contribute more to open source. It's an important thing to do, and it's a really good way to build your own portfolio and to get exposure to how it would be to work in the real world as a programmer.
Yes, and just build a portfolio of stuff that you've done, to have that both as contributions or creating your own games. I try to get students started creating their own GitHub,
Yeah.
set of examples for what they've done.
Yeah. That's one of the first pieces of advice I give to people who ask me how do you break into a job as a developer, and it's get started building that GitHub with some actual work, like contribute to open source, put everything that you make, your little personal projects, just put them up there, give them a nice readme. People won't go through all of the code with a magnifying glass anyway when you're applying for a job, but they might look through your repos and see if you've made anything that's like conceptually interesting. So just keep pushing that stuff and build a nice LinkedIn, and you are automatically like 10 times more interesting than someone who doesn't have either of those things.
Yes, and the README is so important, being able to document the stuff that you've done and sell
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, it's your only sort of avenue of marketing that project so that anyone will be interested. Nobody's going to run the code if you don't have a nice README that entices them to do so. So it doesn't matter how elegant you've solved those problems if nobody ever runs it. No, that's great. All right, Paul, it's been a pleasure to have you on, and thanks to Joe as well for managing the chat and helping out here. And do we have any more questions or comments from the chat that we should look at before we end the stream?
I think that's about it. The chat's just in congratulation mode right now. So I'm just gonna
That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I will thank you two gentlemen for your time, and I guess we'll end it here.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks everyone for coming. It's been great.
All right. Okay. See you guys. Bye.